Mineshaft. And I think I hit all the right buttons and did all the right things. And we're going to be loading in now into the world. Happy hearts are in the air between the villagers. The mountain rises in the distance. And I have a list of things to do that I sort of remember some of. I know I need an enchanting table. That's basically the principal thing. Now all this will become easier if I had like water breathing or whatever, but what we're gonna do is just get some sugarcane, and yeah, after a bit of that, we'll go and get books, we'll make a lectern, and then we will start the awesome process of attempting to get mending or good books on them, and depending on how bored I get or annoyed, we'll periodically chip away at other stuff on the list. It is organized to have the gravel there because you can swap it for flint with Fletcher's. We're just going to run home to Garuda real quick. And then I think with the next day, probably make a chicken coop. But, I mean, first things absolutely first. We're going to make another bed to carry around because I've been very, very lax in bed discipline these last couple of days here. It's a poor choice, and we're going to fix it. Is there anything else that I need to carry around for this? We can smelt the copper. I'm going to smelt like a whole bunch of cobblestone. Like all of this cobblestone? Yeah, all of the cobblestone. Because we'll get a mason before long when we need a bunch of emeralds, and we'll just keep the smelter going with that. And the copper and everything there. Now we'll need more charcoal before all of that happens, but that'll be fine. We can work that out. Do I have it here? No, I broke the smelter and moved all the charcoal somewhere else. I remember. But never fear. Is there any charcoal in here? Are there any villagers stuck down here with this one golem who's definitely still alive? Ah, old reliable. What a champion. You know, there are these beds. And although I didn't get the coal, I did make the bed. And now we will have a wonderful purple imperial bed to travel around with. Very refined. I have too many rails in my inventory. Can't believe I said that. I didn't mean it. What I meant was I wanted them in a different box temporarily. So we're gonna go over here. Alright, what's our entity looking like? This might be like 80 cows, maybe 90. Probably more like 80, and then just like barely any pigs at all. Well, we can fix some of that. The pig population will, you know, skyrocket here. The population of cows we're definitely going to need to get to some more wheat for, so for that, a neighboring village won't hurt. And we're going to want a bunch of sugarcane as well, and I have basically none, so We'll just do around here. Farm wheat, run up to the cows. Actually, I just need, I think, exactly 45 leather. Then we'll need more for books, but if we just have it in the first place, we can start getting maximum enchantments. So instead, I will get carrots, which are not fed to cows, because they were grown too. This is what is commonly called decision-making, but really could be called anything. This is the most reasonable farm I've ever made. Not too short, not too tall. Basically one level. You can farm the rows in more or less one complete thought, depending on how complete the thought. Depending. I mean, I do regret that there's not more of it, but generally, being able to get 50 some odd wheat is enough for a task. So we're going to pop some of these right now. It needs to be bigger for when we do the herd coals, otherwise they will get out, which is a tragedy. It's wasteful in time and energy is what it is. Just like how the sword. So it's funny that the game punishes you for bad weapons, right? Because I think when you hit them, you lose the durability, whether or not you fatally injure them. So by not having sharpness, you have to swing more, which actually makes the sword both less effective and break quicker, which is a great sadness. But I think we might be at a good amount of leather here. Yeah, well, they don't all drop leather, do they? But this is still... No, we're good. We'll just go belly of the cow beast. They won't hurt us. Hit them till the herd appears to be thin, and then figure out what leather is left, because we just need to see how much farming needs to be done. Yeah, no more farming needs to be done. We'll just breed up another generation. Know that, obviously we're still going to need a bit of leather from time to time, but we're sorted on it. What we need for an enchantment table then is only wood and sugarcane. So I just need to get some torches for traveling, which means I'm going to take it out of the auto smelter, because I don't need this stone smelter. That's just like a thing I was doing, just for fun. And I'm just going to throw the leather into the appropriate chest. It would have been better if I didn't leave the place where the chest was at in the first place. But we're not here to talk about the past, We are here to make sure these cows don't give any ideas to the others. Clearly we are here for that. But yeah, we're good for most of the crops. Wheat and carrots can be sold, but that's not a great way to get emeralds. It is a way to get emeralds, and if it comes to it, then that's the way we'll address it. I will put seeds in here because we need to build a chicken coop probably in the side of this hill here, because I am incapable of not building a dirt chicken coop, as I'm sure you guys can appreciate. So I was thinking of dressing up like every villager tonight, but not in any sincere way, just where it would be funny, And not all the other biomes, just the normal plains ones that I'm more familiar with. But I didn't have all those props, and I don't really like dressing up particularly, and it didn't sound like an interesting or funny idea. But I did figure I could dress up like one of them tonight. I figure I always dress up like the Librarian, but without visually appearing to be. But I think I'm gonna dress up as one here later on, and it's not gonna be too much. Don't get too excited. It'll be a very brief costume change, but you guys will have to see if you pick up on it. It's not gonna be like in the next 2 minutes. That's just your teaser, for the amazing things that are in store for this Halloween stream. Speaking of, if I didn't catch you earlier in the day, happy Halloween. I hope it is treating you well, and that you have an adequate amount of candy, or not, as you prefer. We are going to give these pigs carrots. They do not know that it's Halloween, or they would demand different fare. Perhaps golden carrots. If you feed pigs golden carrots, do they have a golden pig? Oh my god. This is the sort of stuff I have to learn. I'm just going to shelve that. I don't want to get distracted. Yes, I could just put my head on a platter, like John the Baptist, or any of the other fun ones. Holofernes. Incidentally, one of my very favorite paintings, you might have been able to guess this if you put any time into it, is Titian's Salome. I absolutely adore it, but if you're like an art person, you would have known without me telling you that I was super into Titian, because it just tracks. It's the kind of guy I am. And then you'd say, I bet the Sisyphus one is your favorite of those, and then you'd be right again, because I am a very, very predictable guy. One of those things is that I lost my train of thought here by talking. Also, the music is getting me hype, but we're going to restrain that. So, the things on the list. Chicken coop. I don't want to do that right now. That seems boring. So we're going to collect sugarcane. That sounds better. I want to do that. But the sun is going down. We're going to just parkour right in there. Much better. Avoid the gates. They protect us, but they are a little annoying to deal with sometimes. Yeah, and because I'm now incredibly wealthy, I think I just, make a diamond shovel and a diamond axe just because I have plenty. The bow will serve for a little bit. We don't need a diamond hoe for anything. We'll get one eventually, for symmetry, but we're not going to worry too much about that at the moment. We'll feed some seeds to Garuda, lay down for the night, and then just do a tiny bit of inventory management, and because you never know what's going to happen when we strike out onto the open sea and road, For one thing, we could find more coalful torches. We didn't have to do that step here. Not important. It's all part of the greater plan, which is to, do the same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world. The villagers swirl around. Is Garuda hungry again before we leave? He sure is. Oh, Garuda the Insatiable, they'll call him. Yeah, I wanna do my patented trim. It'll make me feel like we're fancy again. We're going to throw the old iron tools in there. We're not going to need them where we're going, because none of this is going to break for an excursion, and this is all fine too. And then whenever we come back, we'll start doing the exciting work of talking to the librarians. Because our assets in that regard are, I think, just 3 books. There was paper in the other shipwreck. That was a long way away. We're not going to go in that direction for this one. We're going to go in an exploratory way. But first things first. We look like a We look like part of a sailor again. We've got our trademark iron bands on the diamond to accent off the shield. Very nice, wonderful, flawless. So now, with nothing left to do in town, and yeah, look how happy all of these people are. They're just running around, looking at stuff. That guy doesn't have a flower, which is very sad. You know, before we do anything else, I know I said we were about to go. We'll give him this flower because, you know, even though he didn't even have a single flower in there, he still, you know, he wanted to be a scholar. He didn't want to live out here with these guys. Even though part of his house was technically outside the wall and thus was much less prestigious than the inside the wall homes. But it will be rewarded with a beautiful oxeye daisy. And this librarian who chose the house without a flower, in spite of other ones perhaps being available, will be the most prestigious of all librarians. Or not. We're going to do that later. I don't even have the books for it right now. Or maybe I do. None of that matters. The only thing that matters is we're about to put these emeralds in this chest and leave this place for a brief period of time. 19 breads is enough because we're going to visit a village in that amount of time or else lose the game. And neither one of those can be anything but true. We're not going to do any more farming or feeding animals because if we do, we'll never leave this town. And boy, do we have places to go. Principally, this direction. There's a village over there. We're going to get a bunch of wheat and possibly, you know, books and such. But also, we need to find sugarcane, so we're just going to travel that river that I think exists right there. Because those are the excellent places to find sugarcane, at least as far as I know. There may well be better ones, but what's worked for me is riverfronts. But first, we are going to go over in this direction and check out this nether portal. Have I already swam all the way out here? Swum all the way out here? Please don't answer me. I don't want to know which is correct. This is the sort of mystery that I'm going to leave for myself. Thank you very much. I think there's a shipwreck out there. I don't remember who entered in this world, because I went to the other side of the cherry biome on spawn before recognizing that this was the vastly superior one. But because, like, do I have a memory of just swimming across the water and saying it's not that far? Well, we get a gold helmet of Prot 3 and boots of Frostwalker, 2 boots of Frostwalker, so, and 4 obby, so we're actually in really good shape. We needed some obsidian to complete our enchantment table, but now I'm just going to crack a couple obsidian while we're here. Unless it takes like 10 years because it's a bad tool. If it takes like 1 more second to do this, if it takes, okay, we're not going to go any further with the obsidian mining until we get a better pickaxe. I mean, I will if it's what it comes down to, but as for right now, I'm going to leave these boots in there because I already have 1 pair in my inventory and 2's too many. And that could allow us to beat stylish and fun escapes. But now we'll have Prot on a helmet that's gold, so if we want to go into the nether early, in a bit, that'll be good. Also, there's a boat right here, little shipwreck, so that's pretty funny. You know, that this spawn might actually be good for like a really swift start too. Because you've got like enough trees for an axe or whatever to get a boat, and then you can come right out here, hit the shipwreck. You've got a nether portal that's almost entirely made. You only need a couple of obsidian, and there's 4 right here. Yeah. A nice little spawn if you wanted to go quick. You've got 2 villages to hit potentially. I don't know if that's important for going fast. I've never watched speedruns. I'm sure they would be mystifying to me. We're just going to map hack real quick, because that's a thing I can do now. The F3 screen is a pathway to many talents that some would deem unnatural. 2 diamonds, okay, so, and then this is a busted chest with 2 diamonds and 5 iron, which is pretty good. I don't know if 2 diamonds is actually that good, because you would need a third one to make a diamond pickaxe if that's important for it, but it seems like a pretty good chest, and it's the one that was right here. You know, I spawned like there, and so this is right at 200, 270. Pretty funny stuff. But we're going to jump in and try to find the map chest, which should be right in here inside of this door. And hey, we get 2 books and a bunch of paper, so this is every bit as good as doing what I said I was going to do and looking for sugarcane, because we got what we needed all the same. And we get a couple more smithing templates. We'll be able to actually complete our smithing appearance for the first time. I think I'll have a fully matching set. We'll iron it up and see what the coasties of old looked like. I bet it's very cool. But this treasure map is non-functional, which is sad, right? Because it doesn't have anything on it. It just shows where we are, which, you know, sure. Fine, good. But not what I'm looking for. I want one with an X on it that tells you where to go. But you cannot have everything. Diamonds aren't really important for that? Okay. Well, it's as sure as a good chest for me. If I would have went in that direction from the start, I would have been so amped. Even though 2 diamonds... What do you do, make a sword? Yeah. I would have saved them until I got enough to make armor. I know myself. Not that well, but a little bit. And that's the kind of thing I would do. And ideally, I would be getting on the enchanting really soon rather than somewhat later. We've already got 3 golems spawned in this village, which is excellent, but I guess they're close enough to where they're generating villager behaviors over here. And they also have a vast chasm underneath them. But the most important thing, of course, is that they have got their hero's tribute, and that entitles them to my protection, as well as me poking around inside of their stuff, breaking open their armor smiths so that somebody can work there. And these are just some of the favors that I'm willing to do. And when it works this quick, it just feels wasteful, even for me, to use a diamond on it, because I'm not, like, totally diamond rich yet. And so I will take the tribute with an iron hoe, which is a very, very respectable implement. Nothing disrespectful intended to the good people of this village by the mean materials by which we take the tribute. But I don't think they're too upset. For one, we're about to get them twice as many armor smiths because, in the wisdom of the construction of this village, they decided, hey, no one needs to be able to access the job block. The aesthetic is what matters. And I mean, I get it. Boy, do I ever. We're just going to put the apples inside of a bundle where we will never eat them and make it totally irrelevant. This is a cartographer. Does he have anything at level 1 that matters? An empty map? Well, I've just got one of those. It's alright. And we're just going to lay down in the middle of the town, mess up the map. There are like 18 golems here, which is pretty excellent. They are very safe. This is a well-defended village, and I absolutely do not need to worry about them anytime soon. We could come over here to do raids. And, you know, I bet we could build a couple of towers that would be pretty excellent. But I don't want to do a raid just yet. I want, you know, protection levels and other things. There's mushrooms over there. That's a dark forest we've already sort of scouted. Spruce trees would be good for wood, but traveling all the way out there, not that important. I need to hit the river and see about sugarcane. I need to remember the initial quest because it was so simple, wasn't it? And that should have let you know that I might not be able to do it. We're going to manage the inventory real quick. Throw our stuff into bundles. I'm never going to wear that fire protection hat. I shouldn't pretend like I'm going to one day use it. Alright, good stuff. Now with moderately managed inventory, we're going to go hit this riverbed and see if my feelings about rivers having sugarcane on them end up being backed up by empirical results. But as I say it, it appears that we have got at least one data point. No, I know it grows by rivers. I don't know if there's some place where it is more plentiful. It sure is easy to farm, though, once you get started, but, you know, you can't eat it. I mean, you can make it into sugar, so. I could make chocolate chip cookies for the first time in game. I don't think I've ever done that. Have I? I don't recall. You need a bunch of different ingredients. I've made a cake. That's what I should have done after I died in the other hardcore world. I should have eaten that last bit of cake. You know, it's still there. It's still there. Maybe for the 100 million subscriber special, we'll load up and go back to that world and eat the last sliver of cake. No, we should wait till the 10 billion subscriber special. We should, you know, wait for something really special. Alright, this river... Hello. At least we got some out of this. So I want to say you need, what, 135 to make all the books that you need. Except I don't need that many books. I already have 5 books out of the 45 that we need. We're just going to go over the wall here, over the top here, because I don't care to ever come this way again, so I'm not going to worry about making any sort of reasonable way to get up the mountain. We're just going to use my tippy toe skills, which don't really exist, to see if we can get up, and we'll take it as far as it can go. Yes, I am working on getting an enchantment table right now. It is a long way down there. We're going to try to go to the other side here. I need spruce samples anyway, so this will be not wasteful and not getting distracted, but we're just going to go get some spruce samples and try not to walk on any deep ice while we're doing it. We don't need a ton. We need 4. You basically always get enough to plant another one out of a big spruce tree, and sometimes you have them that generate looking like really, really dense, and you can get a lot of saplings out of it. Did the title get knocked away? Did I never save the title? Well, that's funny. I should put the title in there. I thought I did. I must have canceled out. There we go. We'll title it Improving Living Conditions, Day 36. I thought I had it on there, but I was clearly mistaken. I need to get away from this forest and towards a river. That's a pillager tower. We're strong enough to crack a pillager tower with full diamond and no enchants, surely. If not, then no decent person will ever talk to me again. Now, for any pillager tower, you need one thing, right? Fire. So when you get to the top, you're going to want to burn it down to show everybody else what's what. Normally I don't carry the fire around, but we'll have that one iron piece for flint and steel, and we'll be good to go on the fire front. And, you know, maybe there's going to be... maybe we'll be able to do what we said we were going to do anyway. And get sugarcane. Maybe. Should have brought another bundle. Alright, we've got leather, so we can make another bundle if it comes to that. But we're just going to get a little closer, try to look for some gravel for flint so we can burn their tower down once we get to it. But I guess we're still quite some distance away. Thought we were closer. But there it is. They've got their wool huts there made up with jack-o'-lanterns on them. I wonder if they have prisoners. They appear to have a prison there outside. Ah, evil, evil pillagers. Well, we know what to do with their sort. But first, we will need gravel. But first, spruce samples. Yeah, we might as well get some. And there's going to be sugarcane along that way. How fortuitous. Just the thing that we were looking for. Sugarcane. But never mind, that spruce is actually much further away than I thought. We'll get it some other time. But I absolutely have to get the gravel because burning down their home is very important to me. I hate pillagers. We're probably about to get right at the far border of their spawns here. We don't want to get entirely too frisky until we figure out what's going on, what the terrain's like, because there's a lot of dense tree cover here. We can probably manipulate them into shooting each other in the back again if we're careful, as they are very foolish by design. But there we go. We've got at least 5 or 6 there. They're all in the plain, which is a good place for them. We're going to be able to fight them from far away when it comes to that. But we're also going to run over here. There's gravel and sugarcane, so we're going to be able to get both of those goals at one time. But note to future self, get sugarcane at the beginning when you're going around and exploring. You'll always want at least 2 stacks. Alright, now that I have dictated the memoranda, I'm sure I'll be able to remember that every time it's important in the future. This actually is a really good tower, you know, like it separates this mountain from that one. But the thing about the tower is that it's in my way. And it represents some of the worst in this whole land, the pillagers. You know, we don't have time today to talk about their indignities that they have visited, but they are numerous. They are villainous. Hello, Levi. And all I need to do is get some flint here in a second, and then I'm going to be able to burn their house down. And I'll say something like trick or treat, or should I get a crossbow and manage to kill one with it, I will get to do my one allowed reference to the advancement per hardcore run, and you better believe I'm going to be so excited about it. But we're going to go to bed before the assault. Maybe this would be a good time to change into my Halloween costume for the attack, so that, you know, if they try to attack me, they won't be able to recognize me. So, alright, if you guys want to just hold on really quick, I'm going to return dressed as a specific villager, and you'll just have to guess who it is. Oh no! Anyway. So I was doing a great bit for that whole time, and apparently was muted. Anyway, I was too into the fight, and, well, you know. Just let me say that I was being very funny that whole time. It was very engaging. I was, like, really putting the fire, you know, into the villagers. I was being super funny. I was castigating them for their failures as people. I was telling them to work on themselves, but not with me around. I was talking about Halloween. I was mentioning that I wore this for work. Anyway, that's what happens when I try to do one thing differently than normal. It all falls apart. So anyway, I talked about wanting to hear the goat horn. I talked about how they were just terrible people for imprisoning Allays, you know, all the normal high points. Man, why'd I have to mute it? I was really on a roll. I mean, not like it matters. But sorry, guys. I was trying to be funny, and then it didn't work. Man, I was doing so good. I talked about Under Siege as this movie with Steven Seagal, and he was just a cook, and I was going to talk about how these guys were bad. I did all this, you know, and it wasn't funny, but, you know, whatever. I'm just going to try not to think too much about it. Because if I do, then it'll annoy me, and then I'll stop having a good time. And I was having a really good time. But anyway, that was what I did. I wore the Halloween costume. I talked about how wearing your work uniform doesn't count. I talked about how excited I was going to be to burn this place down, and how I wondered if these guys in particular had any prisoners of note. And then they did. You know, all of that. So annoying. You know, if no one was watching me record it or stream it, it would still be like, if it wasn't muted, it would exist. But now, like, all of that's gone. All of my magnificent, not very funny quips gone forever. Should I reuse them? But I don't remember everything I said, and I don't even have a recording of it. But yeah, I said, you know, like, I'm just a cook. Anyway, well, I could talk about it because I don't think I have. So Under Siege is this film by Steven Seagal. I think it came out in the 90s. We had it on VHS whenever I was a kid. This will give me a chance to revisit the rude way that I introduced Steven Seagal as an actor. I should have said he's not currently in critical favor. which is a nice way to introduce a person and not the thing that I said whenever I was muted. So maybe, you know, it was protecting me against saying rude things about a person who already has had enough rude stuff said about him. And you know, he gave me and my family plenty of happiness with his mediocre movies. And there I've said it again. But we're halfway-ish there to having enough sugarcane, which at this point we could just go home and grow it. But I don't even know if this is home, right, without hitting F3, because a mountain with snow and ice and a cherry grove by it normally would make me think that's definitely home, but here could be anywhere. Like, is that the other side of Skull Mountain there? Where are we at? Yeah, we're at 1500 out, so it's not like right by home. That sugarcane grew pretty high, but now it's all mine. But by the time we go the 1,000 blocks home, we'll definitely get all the sugarcane we need. I'm not sure if I saw that movie. You probably mean something much more serious than that, and that's quite funny too. No, if I ever met him, I would distract him with tales about how members of my family adored him, and how I liked that one movie where they were on a mountain and there were trees and stuff, and I don't really remember the name of it, but I remember that he was like a real good guy and the other guys were real bad guys. They were representing, you know, bad interests, but his were noble and good and pure, and there were like some younger people, and he was like pretty cool with them. He'd give us speeches where he talked like this, and they would learn. You know, that kind of thing. Awesome movie. And he would be like, oh, no, you're a fan. Now I don't have to karate chop you. And that's good because I don't want to get out of this chair. But anyway, Under Siege, it was fun. Under Siege 2, we also, Under Siege 2 was also a movie. It has frequently been described as a film that exists. Now, I've never made one. So, you know, there's that. But I guess there was like a fun little meta thing there, right? With me muting myself, because that's like a new streamer thing, as you say. So I was dressing up as the villager version of what I do in real life, being a cook with the bandana, which is what I wear. And there's sugarcane here that I missed. And then I messed it up and dressed up instead as another thing that I am in real life, a new streamer, by doing a new streamer thing. So, you know, that's 2 Halloween failures at one time, by dressing up simultaneously as 2 different jobs that I actually do. Not that this is a job. This is not a job at all. This is what I do to have fun, you know. tell jokes about Steven Seagal that will one day get me deported to the Republic of Seagal, where I'll have to work in his movie factory writing him better scripts. He'll say, no, I heard what you said about Under Siege 17 and a half, and I thought you could do better, so sit in this room and bring me Under Siege 24. And I'll have to do it, because when he pierces you with those steely, whatever color eyes he has, you just can't tell him no. You want to make the movie that he believes in. One where he mentors some nice young people, or saves the day, or something. Like you could see it. It's all real. I'm just being mean now. But anyway, I wasn't going on this much about Under Siege in the first place. I got derailed. See, this is what happens whenever I've had time to start. Just gets so vicious. But, I don't think it's too mean of me to be rude about the quality of Steven Seagal's film career. I'm not saying anything about him. And after all, I don't think he thinks his movies are very good. Does he? Is he like the guy in Styx who thinks that Styx is a great band? See, I'm doing it again. I'm really a negative person. Here, about 1,000 away, we've got a big hole in the ground. We're not going to go there, though. There's not sugarcane there. We need barely any more sugarcane. So at this point, what we can't do, we can just grow. Yeah, we'll just head home. And we can grow the rest. Be able to get the books. We've got the leather already, and we can just work on cycling for a mending librarian. I should have waited to dress up for that. Ah, that's dumb. I'll dress up like a librarian there. I'll have like a bald head and a lot of books, and I'll like talk about them or something whenever we're trying to get mending. I don't know. I'll work on it. How you living? But we are getting closer. And closer to home. We should have gotten in a boat. Still, altogether a good excursion, although we are retreading right over land we've been on. This is where we had that fun fight with all the stuff how precise, early on in the game. So we might even find a chest with random junk in it that we could pretend to take home, or put different random junk into. But we find a couple of tall sugarcane there. Yeah, we're definitely going to be able to go home with plenty. I need to stop getting out of the boat, whatever is happening there. Maybe I need to do it further away from land, because it's trying to position me away from how I was. But there, it still kind of happened. Yes, I think so. I think we're off to a very good start, in fact. I would say the strongest hardcore start I've ever had, which is good. You don't want to decline. I actually mined in this one. Hey, that's right, we have stuff in here. Including paper. Just what we're here for. We're just going to keep on heading towards home. I wonder if I'll build a house here or not. Maybe on day 4,000 we'll build a house. I think our village is on the other side of this. But this river probably connects to the ocean. Probably. So we're going to go ahead and get it down. And that's... yeah, our village is probably further over here. We are currently building a maximum enchanting table and just trying to get some better gear real quick. But I'm gathering materials, but I've just gotten either all the sugarcane or really close to all the sugarcane that I'll need. And now we're just heading home. Which will be on the other side of this rise here. Hello, Garbanzo. And this will be the meadow right over town, and when we go over this crest, we'll see our village right beneath it. This world really is just the best. At least I think that's where we're at. Either that, or we have even further to go, but I think this is the meadow that I think it is. What a sentence. Yeah. Couldn't confuse our beautiful village with anything. I know I need a bunch of wood to do this that I don't have, but that is okay. We can wait a moment for it. We're just going to put random stuff in there real quick. But not too much random stuff. I just want to... It's made into paper. Where did we put the leathers? Probably over here. We're just going to go say hello to Garuda. Give him his tribute. Here you go, boss. Happy Halloween, boss. Lay down for the night, and then... I know I don't have a bunch of random wood laying around because we've been so charcoal intensive with going down in the early phases. I know I don't have coal around either, so... Might have like some small amounts of it in places, but we won't have lots. We're going to throw the flint in there. I just need to get a little bit of space real quick. Which we'll do by making most of the things in the inventory into other things in a different space. The leather should be in the cow chest because that's where it belongs. And in this new amazing era of responsibility, we can count on things to be where they ought to be. We're just going to jump into the pig pen real quick and let them stuff their crowded faces with delicious carrots, as is their wont. And then I will eat a carrot as well. You know, they like to know that the carrot that's good for them is good for us too. Alright, so we need 6 more bookshelves, which need 15 books, and I used up all of my... I've got to have, like, yeah, I was like, I know I had the stuff, didn't I? I didn't hamstring myself like that, but I should grow the sugarcane, probably. No. We'll just wing it. If I need more paper, I'll... Yeah, there are books in there. I knew I had a couple more books in my count. Did I know it in a way that made it useful to anyone? No. But thank you for asking. That's very generous of you to believe in me like that. So, apples could tame horses, and that makes this an okay chest for them. Right? Right. We're going to go ahead and get ourselves a matching smithing thing for the first time. In any Minecraft, I've never given myself matching trim on the armor, so... Oh yeah, now I've got little coastal bands all over. I don't actually know if I like it. We might remove them from the feet, but that's what it looks like. It's actually a little bit too busy. Yeah, can I remove this? Oh no, I've ruined it. You know, we'll just use a different one later. I'll deal with the aesthetic crime I've committed at a later date. I can't scrub it away. But since all we need is some wood, it won't be too much. We're just gonna go ahead and get it. Then I will grab something to make the enchanting table. And then I'll realize I should have planted some of that sugarcane because I still needed books for all the mending things and also for the lecterns, but that's okay. We can go get more. It will be fine. I could add a different type to remove it. Yeah. Alright, now we've got 15 of those. We got 3 books left over, which is not ideal, but it won't take us too much longer to get more books. And we'll at least be able to get some decent stuff out of this. So I just need to run down my obsidian. Never mind, it's right here. I need a book to make the table, don't I? Yep. Alright, there we go. Enchanting table. Do I have random trash stone in there? No. Oh yeah, I guess you could bone meal them. There you go. We've got 9 more papers in here. You know, it still would be better to have a living sugarcane, which we had out there. I should plant it. But, you know, in a way that lets you know that I'm not going to do that, and I'm going to keep doing the thing I'm doing. So we need to get all the lapis and the diamonds, and then we're going to want to make this out of something. I think we'll go with cobbled deep slate this time. We'll want a lightning rod. We don't have to have one, but we'll want one. But I believe the copper's in here, unless, no, it wouldn't have finished. It's stuck in here somewhere. There we go. Now it's all sorted out. We're just going to throw some of this in there because I got way too much on my inventory. And now, in the field of the anvil, we shall create the enchanting table. And we'll just put it like right here. Huzzah! And then, so for placement of these, you just go around, and you just don't go right next to it, but not too far away. And then whenever you run out of tables, you're fine. It's not very aesthetic, but... And now we will throw the sword in for the inaugural enchant. Bane of Arthropods 4, we're not going to do that. What do we get on the pickaxe? Unbreaking 3? Possibly. So what we're going to do now is just look at the various things, which might be a little tedious, right? So if we can get like water walking on the boots or whatever, or some good mod on the chestplate, fine. If we can't, we'll put it on a book. But I'm barely wearing any armor, so I do need to be aware of that. Alright, we can get Aqua Affinity for level 3, but that seems a little wasteful. Prot 3 seems like the best roll so far. Yeah, so we're going to roll Prot 3 for the inaugural enchant. And hope for something else. Excellent. Super excellent. So we get Water Movement, and Prot 3, and Unbreaking 3. Very, very good boots. Be easy enough to get something better eventually, perhaps. So Sharpness 3 on the sword, if we go... Alright, never mind. We're getting the pickaxe. We're going to get Efficiency 4. It's all we get, but it's still a lot of efficiency. We can get Prot 3 on the chestplate if we do this, which makes it likely enough that we'll go for it, because Bane 4 is useless. But if we get, yeah, Prot 3 on the helm, that's still better, because there we go. We get Aqua Affinity, so now we just need to get Respiration, but we've got a very good helmet. So we've got... six levels of protection now. And we won't be too far out of another level where we'll come back and try another one. This thing I'm doing of going and looking at the different pieces is much better than what I had been doing in the past, but I need these books to make a lectern. How many books to make a lectern? One bookshelf, and then some slabs. Okay. Alright, noble librarians, the time has come to shut ourselves out from the world. To make sure that they can't fall inside. we'll make a gate. There we go. That should be fine. We'll work on the entrance. I just wanted to get in here and get to working on this. Alright, buddy, so the thing is that you and me are going to stay in here until you learn how to be a Librarian of Mending. No matter how long it takes. I'll just lay down right here. And when we wake up in the morning, we can begin. He became a Fletcher? You stay in here. I don't want to talk to you. A Fletcher? How is that even available to him? And this guy bound to the... Alright, so clearly this is not a place where I can use this lectern. They think that they can get into the lectern here. Well, maybe we'll have better luck right here. One of you leave. Alright, this is probably gonna work or not. We'll figure it out. Oh, come on. I just need one person in the room. Who wants to work? Alright, good. You move. Oh my god. Fine, you both stay. I don't care as long as they don't move around. Fire aspect 1, let's change the inventory so that we can cycle it with one little click here. Fortune 2, decent, not really good enough. Efficiency 5. Yeah, probably should keep that one. We can buy bookshelves for emeralds, so alright, yeah, he can keep on being a librarian. Till I buy 2 of those. Why did I make these? I wasn't even looking. I was trying to make planks and I made crafting tables. I'm so annoyed. It'll be fine. I'm getting my books rained on. Now that is anxiety inducing. I'm gonna quit worrying about those dumb, very valuable members of the community. doing what matters, which is building a roof over the library, or rather the enchanting table. Alright. Good as new. Ish. Oh my god, it's horrible! It'll be fine. There we go. Much better. The chest could get rained on. That'll be fine. Alright, so I have done the thing. I need to grab the sugarcane and do a little bit of damage control. Would have been a lot better if I didn't do it this way, but we can get sugarcane. It won't take too long. You know, actually, this will be a much faster way to clear all of it. Never mind, you can't bone meal sugarcane. Oh well. Maybe I just don't know what I'm doing. But we've got some planted, and that's what's important. So we're just going to hit one more level, which we can do very quickly. Then I'm going to look around, see if I've got an extra book. Because I need 3 efficiency 5s, right? One for the pickaxe, one for the shovel, one for the axe. So holding on to the librarian until we can get them is decent, but I don't know if I want to spend the emeralds on it right away. So we'll just have one, and then we'll, you know, hold on to him until we get mending. I don't know. Because really, until I get mending, all the other enchants are just dreams. Oh boy, almost died. So I gotta fill that in. That was a little bit more fun than I wanted to have. I was probably supposed to brick these in and then got distracted. That's not even where I fell down, which I don't know where it is. Up here by the jungle tree? Was it a single... like... ah, right here. We found the eye patch guy. There's something about villagers that like makes them have utter contempt for like the normal way that a person would choose to move around the world. And I say this as a guy that's me. Come on up, old eye patch. You old bum. Alright. We have once again made good on our promise to help the people of the village out even when they don't really deserve it. Maybe a creeper explosion did it. I doubt it. Alright, there we go. Now that's all sorted. I've turned sugarcane into bone meal, but never the other way around. We'll give Garuda his nice little seed. And continue on. Alright, so. Level 30, got enough for one more enchant. We're going to try to get it on armor because prot levels are better than all the other levels. But I do need to get the emerald train going, so we're also going to look for the farmer. Hey, not you. The real farmer. He'll show up for work eventually. But in the meantime, we will harvest some pumpkins. Starting to get a nice golem core here. Alright, I don't know where this farmer is, but he's probably still alive. We're just going to show it for a second. Here he is. Here we go. Most valuable farmer. And we'll get another chunk of emeralds there. Yeah, I guess the Book of Fortune 2 could have actually been really fine, right? I should keep that if they do it again. Because a Fortune 2 is just 2 purchases. Put it on, jam it on an anvil, put it on again, upgrade it to Fortune 3. So either one of those equally good. Alright, so we can get Prot 3 on the Diamond Armor, which is a good roll. Same for the legs. The sword gets Sharpness 3, which is fine, but not special. And the bow gets Power 4, which is actually really good. And the book is Luck of the Sea 2, which is not important to me. Yeah, I think the Prot 3 is better. And we get, alright, yeah, a really good one. We get Prot 3, Thorns 2, and Unbreaking 3. So a very, very solid diamond chest plate. Now we're up to 9 levels of protection. And, yeah, I should have left that lectern standing. It'll be alright. We'll work on it. But I need some more books here before too long. We've got, just one, but that one sugarcane growing is not going to cut it. So, yeah, we've got one more legging to enchant, and then we just need to perfect the enchants there. Feather falling is really important. You get it on, like, level 2 books sometimes, so worst comes to it, we can churn through some weird enchantments and try to get something good. If it saves the sword enchantment, we're going to get Sharpness 4 off the next one. So we're just going to go and breed up some pigs real quick and see if that remains, because Sharpness 4 is quite excellent. And, a chicken farm is good, but these farms are very good too. Even just the turning of the vegetable farms into animal breeding gives you quite a bit of experience, and we haven't even gotten the experience from swinging the sword at them yet. I've been trying to wait till we get looting. Just a tiny little amount of cows here, but we'll start increasing the herd. We might, after all, need more leather here before too long. Just depends on what we can get. I'm just trying to get 31 here. Come on, give me one little measly experience. No? Fine, then I will take it by force. Alright, 31. This way, if the level 1 enchantment's not as good, or if, like, the sword enchantment isn't the same now that we've walked away, which I don't know how it works, it could happen. It's the same day, though. We haven't went anywhere. Alright, there we go. So, Sharpness 4. And Sweeping Edge 3. We now all of a sudden have a very reputable main hand weapon. And a level 30 book will give us Sharpness 4, which will get us up to Sharpness 5, which means that's probably just worth doing. Yeah, especially since the first roll here would be for fire protection, which is not terribly interesting. and sharpness 5 is very good indeed. So we're just going to take this opportunity to think about what profession block we're going to exploit in order to get a little bit of more materials. No, we'll just farm. That's what we'll do. Oh no, I'm planting the wrong seeds. Villagers do this thing where they tromp in your fields. I don't know if they mean to be, like, the worst people in the whole world. It's one thing when I stomp on them, but I don't want them to do it. After all that I've done for them, too. I mean, I don't want to bring it up, but I do a lot. Has the sugarcane grown? For we much need more. Alright, we're just gonna go get some more sugarcane here in a minute, I think. Because I'm gonna need a lot more books. I really made a mistake by making them all into books. I should have saved, you know. I just wanted to get the max table done. I wasn't thinking too much about other stuff, but it'll be okay. Let's see what else to do. I'm like, what profession is there to take care of? There's just farmers, so I started making some stone, but you need like a second level mason for that. If I accidentally hit these golems, we just have to run really far away, and then we probably won't have to fight them to the death, but it is hard to say. A little bit more improvement there with the proper slab placement. Alright, sugarcane, but first we should lay down for the night. I don't know, maybe sleeping will get rid of the enchantment. I mean, there's no way to know. I'm not that superstitious. If it does, it does, right? Although, really, like, getting distracted from the mending is pretty bad, but I just need to, you know, we'll just get to level 30 real quick and then go, because the more enchantments I do along the road, the more I run the risk of getting a book that would give me, you know, Prot 3 that would solve all the problems. Because if I get a book of Protection 3, I could just jam it into each of these, and then I have Prot 4, and I don't ever need to worry about it, you know, that kind of thing. But now that I have Prot 3 on all that stuff, I already know that. But just as an example. We also have Unbreaking on the Unbreaking 3 on the 3 pieces of diamond gear already. So we already have the good long durability. We just need mending to make it gooder and longer. And I know that's not how to talk. I just wanted to continue the stylization that we were doing. I don't think I need to defend my style of speaking to anybody. They're not going to think I didn't do that on purpose. You know, I really thought that was going to get us to 30. You know, it's harder to level up than I thought. I guess the hundreds and hundreds of cows and sheep and chickens that I had belied how many hundreds were necessary for these to be efficient farms. But then again, maybe sheep just don't provide you with that much experience. Let's see what the pigs have to say. And with Sweeping Edge 3 and Sharpness 4, it is a quick and relatively painless process to dispatch enough of our enemies there. Our enemies, the animals, but yeah. Yeah, mini can be added at any point. Yeah, and I guess I can use actually like diamonds in addition to other items of that type to repair it. So in the past, I always like bought them from a merchant, but now that I know how to like go into the earth and get diamonds, or rather, now that I have the confidence to do it, I always knew I could go down and mine diamonds. I knew I didn't have to, you know, buy them from villagers. It just seemed the smart thing to do because I was in hardcore and I'm not very good. But now with level 30, let's see what we can do about these pants. Will we get perfect pants or no? And we do get our Book of Sharpness 3. And now we have a Sharpness 5 sword. Very mighty. We lose some experience to get there, but you know, what are you gonna do? We've got a great sword now. A marvelous sword. And now we're gonna do a little bit of inventory management and go and try and find some more books. You threw your diamond at a cactus? I have thrown a looting 3 sharpness 4 sword with other mods in a hardcore world, the first one I had of its kind and quality, away, and I never found it again. But I'm sorry to hear about your diamonds. That hurts. I feel your pain. But you can be here restful in the knowledge that you're among a friends and a person who behaves much the same way that you do there. All right, we're going to move this out of the bundle real quick. I need to find some string. It's probably in random places because I need one more bundle. And we've got one more book. I'm gonna see, because there's like, in the past I saw Feather Falling 4 on a level 2 enchant. So I always want to check that now. Alright, we're just going to put some trash in here because I need to get going. That's the opposite of how to manage an inventory properly. I know that, but I also know that if I don't get going, I'll get too distracted. I could grind wither skulls with that. I actually know what that means now because I went to the Nether and found a fortress for the first time yesterday. I got a wither skull on my very first kill yesterday, so I didn't need to grind them at all. Alright, we got the Iron Hoe to take a hero's tribute if necessary. We have underwater movement, but not underwater breathing. You know, the movement is better than the breathing. I can always adapt to needing the breath, right? But adapting to having to play responsibly is more difficult. So, one more round of pig and cow breeding, and then we're going to get on the way, just because the experience is very important. I should set up the chicken farm, but we'll just do it later because it's going to be a travesty like it always is. It's just going to be the messiest place. But it is incredibly wasteful for time to have not done it at the very beginning when we could have, you know, just built up the numbers there that way. But it'll be fine. But I'm really happy about the sword, actually, because Sharpness 5 is really good. It's really, really good. You turn from, like, needing, like, 4 shots to kill, like, a witch. You could just do it in, like, 2. You could, like, 2-hit Vindicators. You can 3-shot Evokers, I think. Maybe even 2 sometimes. I was seeing the other day in the Woodland Mansion. I'm just talking about these mobs I saw for the first time a week ago. But after we get the book set up, I think I'm going to buy a map. We're going to level up a cartographer, and then that'll be a different thing, but we're not going to be not going to a woodland mansion for too long in this one. We're going to try to make it there pretty quick. But we have torches, we've got a bed, we've got plenty of food. We've got inventory space. I forgot to make another bundle. It's okay, we're not going back. We are never, ever, ever going back until we get the things that we're leaving to go and get, and then we're going back again. I have like a cow pasture over in this town too. Due to the past, but we'll just go here. It shouldn't take too long to get, you know, like a big chunk of sugar cane, and we don't need, you know, zounds of it. We just need like 20 growing, and that'll be plenty for all of our book needs. Probably. But our gear is coming together super nicely when I consider that we are on day 42, you know. I'm sure that a lot of people would be way further ahead than I am, but, you know, we all like to move at our own pace, don't we? But really just with, like, decent enchants, I already feel amazing about all the future here. With efficiency 4, we're going to be able to just, like, you know, go up to obsidian and churn into it, so it won't make it annoying to get. It only takes a bit of time to get, and oh man, is it quick at getting coal. And since we get experience for coal, there's no reason not to get it. Plus, we need it perpetually, and this will allow me to not cut down trees for it, since we're already on the way. I've left my boat again in Conquest of Iron. It's like a real old-timey, like, Scandinavian blues song with a Viking choir background. I've left my boat again in search of iron. Sugarcane ho! Drowned gurgles, drowned swims, but unless drowned throws trident, I don't care. Speaking of, let's map hack real quick, and we'll be able to see where the drowned are. Or is that a squid? Nope, it's a drowned. But the hitbox actually would probably be really useful. In a month, I'm going to just be playing with this whole thing, an impenetrable maze of wire, and I'm going to be just cheerfully talking about how now I can see everything. Drive-by sugar caning. And we're going to be able to get plenty on just this little jaunt over here. We've already visited this village, so we know there won't be much to get there. I'm just going to go ahead and turn back around. Because with 20, we can just grow it while we're doing the other, like, random stuff in the village. And then before we know it, we'll have enough for all of the things that we need. We'll just use enough of one of them to make a lectern, and then we'll start cycling another guy, get bored, go out to breed, get more experience. And in relatively little time, map hack. It's actually my favorite thing. I say map hack. It's just a debug menu thing for hitbox to show, which I'm sure all of you are familiar with, or rather, many of you are probably familiar with. I don't know everybody's knowledge base. There might be people out there that know even less about Minecraft than I do, but there can't be that many of them. Although, I think I'm learning more and improving all the time. I am quite aware that I've got a far, far distance to travel before I'd consider myself good or that anybody else should. With our boat in tow, we will go up to this noble skeleton, protected from the sun by the jack-o'-lantern. He is the trick to our treat, and he will swiftly be cut down. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. He shot me and it did 1 heart. We're back to the old hardcore way. Why did I even block that? I don't need to block anything. I need an Unbreaking 3 book, and I need a Mending book. That's what I need. And then I can have my infinite shield again. My shield that never broke was much finer than any other thing I've had. More than all my other gear, that's what I miss. Josh, you're saying I'm over the first time you saw me playing? Well, I hope so. I mean, you've been watching a couple months now, right? So that would have been like the second month if you started watching me in like the beginning of September. That would have been month 2 in the very beginning of me playing hardcore. Whereas right now, this is like week 7 of playing hardcore and like 4.5 months of playing Minecraft. So, I'm better, but I still just like, I don't know. It has a lot to do with my approach. I'm sure I could do things more efficiently if that was what I was orienting my goals towards, right? But I have fun doing it my way. I need to expand all of these pins. Because, crowding is not good. It's also annoying for you trying to get in and out, but also, for the animal or whatever. No, I think really you guys teasing me about never blocking helped. So I was like, all right, block the creeper explosions. Block the creeper explosions. Also dying to one, just getting trucked in that one world, that helped too. Alright, good deal. We've got enough sugarcane for this little guy here, and that should be, like, plenty. I should have done this earlier. I think it was even on the list of the farms, and then I just didn't make it, and I made the other ones, just like I didn't make the chicken farm. Well, not just like it, in an entirely different way, but slightly reminiscent. Need feathers. Give me exactly one feather. That's not a feather. I'm going to eat this raw chicken now. Not because it's tasty, and not because you should do that, but because you're supposed to have one of every food. Not in real life, only in Minecraft. I always blocked, like, skeleton shots, you know, like, I respected the ranged attack contextually. And I respected the Enderman's melee attack. Contextually. Because I had plenty of ugly fights with Enderman where I, like, didn't have water around, but I, you know, behaved properly and spaced them fairly well, and may have not even died even if I had had iron armor on. Maybe. But I just need some more bookshelves real quick, or rather some more wood. I just need a couple of bookshelves for the purpose of acquiring librarians, because I want to go in with a couple more lecterns. We could grow this sugarcane inside the library. That would be, you know, smart. Alright. The sun will go down soon enough. But I don't think I have another lectern to spend on this guy. If I just buy 2 efficiency 5 books right now, no, I need 3. I need 3, otherwise it's wasteful. Do I have enough for 3? But then I wouldn't have enough books for 3, would I? And this is what being limited by resources makes you feel like. It'll be fine. I will just mine more pumpkins. That will make me feel much better. Not like I feel bad, but it'll make me feel better. And it will also provide me with a glorious source of emeralds. Why is it not going to my offhand? There we go. Now we've got 3 Fletchers there. I think the one that should have been around got lost somewhere, and then his block got associated to someone else, and then I freed him and he came back, but they don't lose their association if they level up far enough. But I've noticed in that situation, it was a farmer in a different world where it happened, but it's like they don't replenish their inventory till they get their profession block of their own back again. Or it didn't seem that they did. They may have done. But it wouldn't be one of my worlds without farming a bunch of melons and pumpkins, would it? So, we do a little bit more of that song and dance. We're going to run over and grab a couple handful more emeralds from this fellow. No, not that many. Just 1 handful of emeralds from this fellow. And we're just going to cook up this stuff in the hopper. It's going to be fine. It's a good place to put things when you're like, man, I wish I hadn't put that in my inventory. I wish I had space in my inventory. Yeah, all these villagers are adventurers for real. You're quite right to point that out. We found them already in the most extraordinary of places. They don't want an ordinary, boring life. That's for sure. Alright, next enchant's probably going to go to the bow for power 4, unless we get prot 3 or above there. Yeah, we'll do it for the bow because power 4 is good. Can you meld a bow with another bow and repair the bow? If not, then we'll just start on a fresh bow. There's no reason to do the enchant on this busted bow. I mean, there's no reason to do it on this busted bow at all. In fact, I'll go and buy a fresh bow from this fellow, who used to be over here and now has disappeared. He was wearing a hat. Where have you gone? You know, he's probably gone to the village meeting, where all of the hatted men and women and other pals of the village are. And the hatless too. Let's not forget that this village doesn't make you wear a hat to show up. I do need more arrows. Just a touch. That guy has a hat, but it's not the right kind of hat. I don't know if any of these guys are the right kind of hat anymore. Maybe the villager that was a Fletcher that was leveled up is no more. Maybe he has ceased to be. It's hard to say. I'm sure that he's feeling okay wherever he is, though. And before long, we could level up those guys if we wanted. It wouldn't take too much. I don't know if sugarcane needs light to grow. A lot of crops want it. Sugarcane, I'm not sure, but we'll put it down. I don't think it hurts it. But what I need to do now actually is rip up some of that farm because I want to cycle a lectern like tonight. No, that's a bad plan. We'll just get all of our emeralds. Oh, I've already got all of our emeralds. Alright, maybe we just gotta wait one more night for the sugarcane to grow a little bit. We'll feed Garuda's bellet seeds to lay down, yeah. Because I was gonna go in and cycle some while the villagers were asleep. We could, you know, walk into their rooms and keep them in there until we got a good one from them. But we'll just do that next day when the sugarcane grows. It feels like you get sugarcane after like a day. So like 20-ish minutes, but we'll I don't think it's worth it to buy one of these now, but I could just buy the bookshelf to make another. Yeah, you know, why don't I do that? That's 1,000 times better than all the stuff I was talking about doing. And then we'll just make a crafting table in here. Put a chest in here for the emeralds and the books materials. Look at me now. And we'll just plank up whatever the door of whoever comes in here. It doesn't matter where they sleep, right? I don't care. I just want them safe. But we'll need to crack this and put it in this back corner, I think. Is that functional? We'll put it on the ground. Next to the axe in the inventory for quick accessorizing there. And they should notice that it exists, walk in, and then we'll walk right here and block it. There we go. Now, sir, You and I will find out what kind of librarian you want to be when you grow up. We'll get us a little bit of headroom here. We don't want to feel claustrophobic while we're doing this. We might be in here a while. Will you be a librarian of fortune or looting? Will you be a librarian of unbreaking 3? A librarian of prop 4! Alright guys, well we found the next librarian. A librarian of protection 4. Good deal. Can't argue with that one. We're just gonna go get a book. And purchase that. There we go. Good librarian. But before we put it on, yeah, we'll want to enchant them with anything first. Yeah, we'll get Unbreaking 3, probably. And then we'll put Prod on them. Afterward, to upgrade them. You know, we might actually roll Prot 4, and then we'll be able to put it on one of these other ones. So that will be a smarter way to spend it. Also, it will be long enough to make a cycle here. You know, this is a much better plan than what I was doing in the past. When you have multiple setups for the villagers already, you're not like feeling like you're restricted by sticking with one of those when you wanted mending or whatever. Like if I only had one house, I wouldn't probably have saved either of these, but it's going to make it very much swifter to realize my goals because of doing it this way, and that's nice. And once we plant a little bit of these, I'm sure that we'll look around, and yeah, our sugarcane's about to grow a little bit, so that's going to be very nice indeed. The sword swinging of yesterday, all but forgotten by the adoring, beady eyes of the pig farm. They're quick to forgive, and quick to munch. Ideal farming material. I need to make a smoker, for which we need logs and a furnace. These guys are just... Does someone have an explanation for their behavior? Yeah, you look. What are you doing in the forest? Anyway, I don't know what's going on with that guy. Might be up to no good. We're going to keep an eye on him. And once again, a magnificent breeding round. Takes us all the way up almost to level 30 again, which feels so good. You know, we may not have a chicken farm, but these farms work. They don't work instantly, they don't work automatically, but they don't take forever. It's just a day or two, and then it gets us back up to the level that we need for a couple more great enchants. And I'm just going to go and run up on our bread and butter, our melon and pumpkin farm. I bet some more of those have grown. The only explanation is they are villagers. You know, normally whenever I see them do nutsoid things, it's like the very beginning of meeting them. I'm just like, how did anyone ever get stuck on this side of the mountain? But sometimes, you know, sometimes they do get into a weird spot. Like that one that's, what, like by the deep dark? Remember that guy? I need to bring a bed down for him. Maybe there'll be more down there. Ooh, a wandering guy. Let's see if he's got anything for me. Coral blocks, a bucket of pufferfish. 5 emeralds for a bucket is actually pretty interesting, but pointed dripstone, I don't know. You might be able to do stuff with that. I know it grows in the right conditions into the stalactites, I think, underground. But maybe it only does that in certain places. And I've been told that if you drop onto them from a great height, you don't take falling damage, but you get extra I got spikes in me damage, which could be too much for a person to bear. It's been compared in pain and danger to shooting a crystal in the face. And if that doesn't make sense to you, well, then you're lucky. It wasn't so long ago, it didn't make sense to me. But rather than clicking on all of the random villagers... Is my shield popped? No, I need to make another one pretty soon, though. If you just hold it out in front of you, the appropriate trading partner will ignore you because he doesn't want to trade right now. But if he was in trade mode, he would hold out an emerald, and that would make it obvious that he was the right guy. He was trying to pretend that he wasn't there. But I have woken up better merchants than him in the dead of night to force them to buy raw chicken and feathers and all sorts of things. And if he thinks I won't do the same to him, well, he's got the wrong idea about me now, doesn't he? Love is in the air over there, very nice. However, we probably need more beds for the village, but I'm just not getting around to it yet. If I continue on with my path of getting really, really good enchants in the library there, we might have to expand it, but I think, because we've got like 4 or 5 rooms, I just can't think of 4 or 5 enchants that I'd get that I would want to save up a book for, but, you know, if we keep on doing this for too much longer, we'll have it, but... Well, there is, you know, the Prop 4, but hopefully we'll get all the emeralds we need before then. Alright. And night falls once more, and now it should be an excellent time to go down here and farm up sugarcane, and oh, is it ever. We're going to be able to make another lectern, we're going to be able to make a book or two. Except I think I have just burned all of my logs, so we're going to need more planks, which I have just burned. This is an important part of, you know, clearing the land, right? You gotta, no. The surrounding raised timber bed is very aesthetic. We don't want to cut it down just because I'm impatient. But since the goal is eventually, you know, the systematic thinning of the wood for, you know, beauty and safety... Although the oak trees are nice, it's nicer to be able to see great distances and see that they're all lit up. It gives one a certain confidence that is not accessible in another way. And we're just gonna munch on some crackers real quick. Alright, so... Oh, that's right. We already knew this place existed. That was a previously existing problem. I could make a cleric villager. We have some amount of rotten flesh, but... I mean, it's not going to be very much, right? It's not going to be more than a couple of emeralds worth. I think the play is to get a villager that buys pork meat and then run that up all the way, which we should be able to do basically immediately. Oh, there's a zombie that wants to get in here. And he's been the cause of many a poor pig's death here. You know, he thought he was helping them out, but really, he was causing them to fall beneath the sword. Alright, so we'll chant our legs, and they'll get Unbreaking 3, I think, from the sound of the thing. And then we'll be able to throw the book on also. And then we'll have, yeah, like 13 levels of protection, which is excellent. I mean, maybe not by day 44 for most people, but for me, it's real good. And if we had been more focused with the early game, clearly we could have done it a lot quicker. But we get flat Unbreaking 3, which is, you know, if you spent your level 30 enchant on that, you would think, meh. But I need to not rush this and do it in the right order. Oh, these guys are just sitting there. None of them have beds. They were lost from the village. They were lost from the village and all of the other beds got taken. You know, let's solve their problem right now. That's what heroes do, right? Heroes solve problems. Hast thou considered the utility of a nice dirt house? You see, with a dirt house, the rain won't fall upon you. You'll have dirt to protect you. Now, a dirt house is not for everyone. Some people don't want to live in a dirt house. And to them I say, fie. What's wrong with a dirt house? You can have a purple bed in a dirt house, or even a blue bed. Both kinds of beds have been accessible in other dirt houses in the past. Who knows which we'll get today? But because we're heroes, we're going to help this village out. Now that we have rescued these people from the depths, we're not going to leave them getting rained on, getting stared at. This guy's like, oh, you gonna sleep there? You gonna sleep there, man? On the whole bed? You know, it looks to me like you could sleep on one side of it. I could sleep on the other side. You know, one side for you, one side for me. Come on, man. Come on, I don't got a bed, and it's raining. Come on. But it may not be... Yeah, it's not enough vertical space. Alright, we need a better dirt house. I will kill this zombie, briefly. I will kill this skeleton, briefly. Alright, so I need to knock the roof off of the dirt house. And then they can go into the dirt house. And then using the roof of the dirt house, we will make the roof taller, fulfilling the promise of the dirt house roof, which was, after all, to be to keep them protected from the rain with dirt. And, you know, maybe that was the guy who was staring at the other dude while he was trying to sleep, and he's getting what he deserves there. Alright, a nice dirt house for the people of the town. Good stuff. The dirt house is up. Everything's coming up wonderfully, and now it's time to wonder how I make a book with what I have. Oh yeah, of course. I need to get the leather. Like, I have the sugar cane and the wood, why can't I use writing? This is exactly the problem, you know, with the education system. It makes you think you understand stuff, like how books work, and then they bushwhack you. I think I have a bunch of steaks cooked, so... Yeah, well, I mean, all of those villagers, I won't say it. I won't say they're not valuable members of the community that could be quickly replaced by throwing bread and carrots upon the ground. First of all, it's not true. Second of all, it's hurtful. Third of all, even if it is true, it doesn't matter, right? They're people. And they deserve protection from the elements, and to not have zombie raids hit them. And we should probably get, like, a proper door for them eventually. But, you know, you don't want to give them everything. But in no time, we'll be level 30 again. And pretty close to, I mean, right now... As soon as we throw that prop book on there, I'm already feeling strong enough to do anything except go underwater. And that's just because breath is its own cruel mistress, right? Needing to breathe, it's bad. I wouldn't wish it on anyone. I mean, think of the zombies. They don't need to breathe. I didn't even wish it for them. They just did that on their own. But all of that said, it's time to lay down for the night. It's been a good night, right? Or did I want a lectern? No, I wanted a lectern. That's what I wanted to do. There was a whole plan, and I lost the plot. There wasn't any leather in there. Well, I know a place where I can find leather. Look, I found some leather. But we've got our lectern, and because we actually designed this little library really well, with making it beforehand, it's not too tricky to put it together. A nice attractive cat there, not Bella though. We'll see her around one of these days. Maybe even a Tropa, although black cats seem to be very, very rare. Just very rare. But I'm sure if we keep our eyes peeled, we'll see a Tropa again someday. The Librarian of Efficiency 5, how do you do, sir? The Librarian of Prot 4. You know, this is there are a couple of real heavy hitters. An F5 and a Prot 4 Librarian, they really know what's going on. They've got their respective fields totally locked down. But now let's see if a Mending Librarian will emerge. Are there any more, Oh, there's just the two villagers inside here. Well. Alright, so we're going to let them get out because I'm an idiot. They'll go back in at night and it'll be fine. We need to just open the gate so we can get somebody else to come in here. And they're going to come back to work anyway, right? So it's going to be okay. But somebody will notice the librarian thing. This guy, yes, there we go. Yes, come in. And the wandering trader will stymie his advance. What a jerk. And now we have a Librarian of Loyalty 2. But more importantly, now this guy is inside here, and is he trying to bond to a bed or what? But it doesn't matter, because we'll just... Yeah, there you go, buddy. Now we'll hang out in this room until you learn something good. Just you and me, pal. You know, he has power 5, which I only need 1 of for a bow, but there we go. We're going to buy it, and then we'll cycle this. Because we definitely only need exactly 1. They're more common in witch houses. Black cats and villagers are really rare. Yep, that tracks with what my experience was, so... I'm glad my anecdote lined up with reality. It's always good when that thing that you had a feeling about ends up being more or less right. And as night falls, we'll make sure to open the doors so old guy can get back in. But all I need to do right now is get more emeralds. We got 30 here. But there's only one real way to get emeralds in this town. Pumpkins! No, there's other ways, but this is just the way that I have chosen in life. And a power 5 bow is going to be excellent, because power 5 without flame is still a 2-shot kill on like a creeper. And sometimes it seems like you can headshot things, but I don't know if that's real. It might just be my suspicion. Normally I wouldn't want to sell wheat, but I need exactly 40. I think it's exactly 40. And then I can cycle this further, so... Okay, it's 35 now. I thought it was 40, but 35 it is. So we get our Power 5 book, and we're going to break his lectern, put it down again, and see if we can make him come right back. Alright, I have no idea where he's at. He just walked in here? Did he associate with the other lecterns somehow? There's Prot 4, and here's Power 5, so where's Efficiency 5? Oh yeah, right, he walked out. We need to let him back in eventually. But because the other guy was locked out, oh man, we just broke Efficiency 5, I think. You can cycle after buying, I think. I think they just have to be leveled up. But anyway, we'll test that here. Maybe you can't. Yeah, so he chose the block, but it didn't cycle him. I thought it was when they were just base level, but I guess you have to buy a book to save it, so we probably lost the other one. they cannot open gates. At least I don't think they can. I've never seen a villager open a gate. I opened the one earlier to let a new villager in, and that's when the first one got out. And then I opened the one to let the new guy in there, which is when another one got in. But we're going to see if we can get somebody to come inside here. Because the Power 5 one, I don't want to be like, we don't need him. But if he ends up not wanting to live inside, that's okay. We've got our one Power 5 book. But I don't want the Prop 4 guy going anywhere. But I think this guy right now is making a... No, he is just doing a thing. Somebody is going to make a beeline for this, though, and become a new librarian or something. We're gonna work it out. We're gonna see. After night falls, we're gonna figure out. All right, yeah. So the efficiency 5 librarian, we've already bought one from, I guess, or we bought a bookshelf. We bought a bookshelf, and that locked him in, so we're good. All right, all good. That means we'll need just one more lectern, though. For which we will need 9 sugarcane, and happily we have some here. But I just want to get enough to make like one lectern, just one, and then I need to plant the rest of this for real. You know, it's not actually a lot left to plant, is it? Alright, yeah, much better. So we'll just get a little bit of a longer line here, which should pay good dividends soon. And we're still going to be able to make one more bookshelf here out of the paper. What armor enchant should you put in your chest plate? The only ones that matter that I know about are Protection, Thorns, and Unbreaking. If there's a third one, then I don't know about it. But I'm a firm believer in just protection unless you need fire prot for like a very specific application. But because fire protection doesn't reduce damage, only burning time, just trying not to get burned, and having protection is better because protection reduces all the damage that you take, or rather most damage. There might be some stuff that is not affected by it, but as far as I know, it's practically everything. We need to open the gates for people to go in at night. Because you know, did I just make them choose different beds? Yes. You know, I'm going to fix it, though. Because there are available beds in this town, and I just need them to go back to them. They're in here. Hint, they are in here. You know, they're probably going to go to the ones that I placed upstairs here, forcing me to remove them. Librarians do not live in civilian housing. You live in the library. Actually, I should have figured out which librarian that was. That was the Power 5 guy. I don't care where he lives. Okay, so this whole project has been a failure. I'm incapable of keeping them inside. The only thing it's really good for is making sure that they're in here. Oh, you just got in 4 days ago? Oh, cool. Yeah. Then you've played even less than I have. I've only been playing like 4 or 5 months. But yeah, protection is the one. Protection reduces per level 4% damage. I think it's 4. And you can get up to 16 total levels of it. That's in addition to your armor reduction and stuff. Yeah, you know, we'll have the library, and we'll just figure out what's going on. There's plenty of beds in here. There's no reason why somebody won't have the beds. This guy is getting on my nerves. Getting on them for real. I have no idea. If the librarians went like down into the depths because of those 2 weird beds I put down there, that'll be hilarious, and we'll find them down there someday. They are wandering around up here in the night. Fantastic. This is the guy that I'm hinging my hopes on Protection 5 onto. We're just going to lay down, and he's trying to ping to this bed of all places, and not the one he already had. But we're going to destroy it. We're not going to let him do that. And hopefully they will remember that they have a perfectly good library here. At least the efficiency 5 guy's inside. But you know, we're just going to open it up because we need more of these villagers in. And we'll see if we can get somebody to come inside. Just like this guy? Yeah, you want to be a librarian? Just come on in. Piercing 1, boring. All right, so we're just going to move this up. Now that we've got him in here, how can I interest you in this being your room? Good. Okay, please come back. All right. We're not going to lock them in. We're just going to keep on cycling it. There's no one else that can come to it, so we're just going to put it here or anywhere else. Yeah, we've got a captive audience. I don't think any of the other ones can get in here, so I think it's just him. Loyalty 3. I mean, that's fine, but I'm not concerned with what I'll put on a trident eventually. I need mending. And basically nothing but fortune or looting 2 or 3 would make me stop looking for mending right here. But this is just what you gotta do. So you let them go out in the day, and then Recipe 1, not worth. Bane 3, terrible. Looting 2. We buy 2 looting 2s, and that's a looting 3, and that means that's worth it. We need 22 emeralds. So he can stay inside, and we will work on getting some emeralds. That is a creeper, our ancestral enemy. Yeah, if we sell all of this stuff, it's just going to be a small chunk of emeralds because the farms are so small. Well, back to the melons it is. We'll be level 30 pretty soon. But right now, really, the only important thing is just getting emeralds, because this is going to get us a looting sword, which is not mending, but it'll be very good for, you know, getting more emeralds. So these emeralds are going to be slow going. Is there a more effective way to get them? I mean, it's definitely sticks. So I think that's like all my emeralds already, which, you know, I've been spending them like nothing on things, so it makes sense. And if I need, you know, 4 times as many emeralds. And I do. Well, what we'll do is just get to level 30, roll another enchant, and see where it takes us, right? It would be better with looting, but whatever. What are you going to do? We'll get it soon enough. But that'll be a couple dozen emeralds. So all we got to do is set up a smoker now, which is like a furnace and 4 logs or something like that. Yeah, he almost got out, but no one here gets out alive. He was hopeful, though. I think you can make it out of like cobbled deep slate too. I should have some laying around somewhere. But first, a seed for the boss, Garuda the Great. Yeah, everything that's in here won't sell for practically anything at all. That's just, you know, that's the consequences of the early game. I've been getting stuff, but I've been churning through it just as quickly. Alright, so it says it's going to give Aqua Affinity, which means we skip it. And it might be a waste of diamonds in the long run, but it could be good. Because I just need to get Respiration on it. And if it says it'll give me Respi 3, then we might roll like a Prot 3 or something like that to get on there as well. We'll just hold on to those there, and when we get more books, we will come up and try to spend our experience on those, see if we can get something good out of there. I hate to spend a level 30 enchant not getting something decent at all. And if it's on a book, at least, if it's not an ideal roll, we can put it on like a level 1 thing. And sometimes get something good. I think I got Aqua Affinity at level 1, but I've already gotten that this time. But I've got Feather Falling 4, I think, at level 2. So it doesn't always have to be the max. But ideally, we'll put the smoker like right here, and then in the morning, whoever takes the job will be right over here, and then it'll be like a nice location to sell the animal products right around here. And we will shoot at this creeper who is creeping around the corner, but not the villager. Okay, I shot the villager. Hopefully, I am not going to get in trouble with his family. We've got pork chops and chicken, which is a perfect thing here. We don't have chicken yet, but we will eventually. And we're probably going to be able to lose sight of him. Yeah, he's going to go and stand in our fields. But here, I will let him see. Here, I won't forget to. I won't even mute it this time. I'm gonna dress up for Halloween again, guys. Alright, so, since I didn't mute it this time, I can't have forgotten to unmute it. But we're going to just churn through. He's going to level up one time, we'll go to the next level, we'll sell more of these. And unfortunately, he's run out of slots, but I forgot that the mutton and the beef would be later, so we'll be able to level him up. He's just out of emeralds right now, so we'll come back in just a bit and he'll have more and everything will be good there. The farmer was looking approvingly at the fields of sugarcane, such as it is. But I know that all we need is a couple more of those looting books. Yeah, Bald Cooker Rapunzel's me. Hey, we got a discount. Or rather, a price enhancement. I guess we've done enough fine business with him that he's happy. There's a skeleton there masquerading as a member of the village. But by the time we finish doing this, we'll run over, we will chat up the fellow, we will grab some leather. Probably the butcher will have revitalized his inventory, so we'll be able to get 12 more emeralds for the chops of the pork, and then we'll run over and get another like couple dozen off of the beef and the mutton. So that'll be good. Most excellent indeed. Alright, he has run out of trades again. We're going to buy a couple of pork chops just to get him up to level. That sounds a little silly, but I want the emeralds right now. There we go. We level up a full thing of the journeyman there and push him up. Alright, and then to expert. So that little burst from the mutton sent him all the way up to the top. He's still, like, totally confused by all of this stuff. He's not diamond level yet. He's diamond level now. Alright. What really matters is that he can buy all of our things, and we now have a couple of stacks of emeralds, just like we planned. Alright. Now, to take the costume off. Now that we have shown him our friendship, we no longer need to continue on with that ridiculous charade. Although if any of my coworkers saw, they were like, he wears a bandana at home? Well, sometimes. If I need to, feel tough. We'll at least put it in that room. With this one? No, it's not seemly. We'll put it in this room. That one's already got one. We'll put it in this room. I need to make another one. And if we can get some dude to walk inside, then he will choose to be a librarian. And I think this dude is going to be some dude. He gets Impaling 4, which is an aquatic enchantment. Okay, he's pinging to that one. That's just fine. Unbreaking 2. Whatever, not that important. 3 would be relevant. 2 is too much of a hassle. Okay, now he went to that one. So the guys that had the internal ones have just, like, lost all of their things. So he's got punch 1 now, but we're going to crack this. Like, I don't care where he learns this, just that he learns it. Alright, Riptide 2. That's an enchantment. Oh, it occurs to me Why don't we put them down in a row? Well, that... Okay, now I know why. Because we wouldn't be able to tell which one he was standing at to crack it, but... Here, we can, like, alternate like so. No, this is thinking about it too much. Alright. We're just going to put it out here and try to make him go out to this one. That dude being in the room is really bugging me. We might actually need to just break the wall. Yeah. Great, now they've fallen down, and it's my fault. Will he take the job block from inside of the floor? He won't. Alright. Couple of dorks. They're so obnoxious. Yeah, I know there's another lecture, and I'm trying to get a mending book. Like, I know he wants a job, he just won't go into it, and that is pretty annoying. Like, what's he thinks out there that he can go to? Maybe he's pinged to a different bed and he's trying to go to his house. Alright, he has given up on that plan. Good. At this point, I don't care what happens to him. I'm just laying down. Frostwalker 1, kinda cool. This other librarian is about to make me mad. What if I... No, I shouldn't say it. There we go. Now he can't get in, and no one has to have anything unfortunate happen to him. And now that we finally... Oh, no, well, that's in the way, isn't it? It's fine. You know, it probably wasn't going to be a good enchant anyway. Multi-shot, probably what it sounds like. Enderman whoops, not really my problem. Enderman hurts, also not really my problem. Sounds like someone's dealing with him. Oh my god. He like wouldn't get out of my face. But we're getting that mending book. We're not leaving this room till we get it, or until we get something else that's good, like Fortune, or until I go crazy. Look at the lectern. Look at it. Yeah, that one. Like, what? We've been in here all day, and he's acting like he doesn't know how to read a friggin' book. Fortune 3. Good job, kid. Well, our stuff's getting a lot better. Sure, and it is. But perhaps this will attract more scholars. Hey! A scholar! Efficiency 5? We already have a scholar of Efficiency 5. Really stepping on somebody's toes here, you know. Come now, sir. To the lectern. Density 5, that's like for a mace. It's probably the max level of it, but I don't need a Curse of Vanishing any more than I need you to be anything but a Mending Librarian. Silk Touch, you know, maybe I should have kept it. But it's not part of the plan. The only plan is Mending. Give it to me. Give it to me. Infinity again. But beyond infinity is Mending again. Give me Mending. We got a looting 3 book, but that doesn't matter because we got 2 looting 2 books and that's the same. We're just going to keep on going. Smite 5, theoretically fun, not important. Piercing 2, totally irrelevant. Well, I'm not counting the attempts, but I don't know how many it's taking. It could be many. Thorns 3? There's a 3rd level of Thorns? I thought it was just 2. Well, now I know there's 3. Impaling 5. I literally don't care about anything. We've got Fortune and Looting and Prop 4. So the thing I have to do now is just ignore all the other stuff in favor of cycling this lectern. I mean, I'll quit eventually. I'm not going to do this for a year, but... But at least I got music. Cursive Binding. Thorns waste your durability. That makes sense if it uses it to do the damage. Flame. Aw, I actually kind of want flame for my bow. It's fine. I'll just get another thing. We'll crowd this place with stuff. I don't know how rare flame is. No, only Mending. We are never getting this ever. Second multi-shot could have been mending 2 times, but it wasn't. Depth 3, already got it. And now they're all going to crowd in one room to try to go to sleep. Whatever. It's not like they all don't have perfectly fine beds. If they're in chatting mode, I'm just gonna go and get some more emeralds here. Alright, he doesn't care about his job anymore. Whatever, man. We'll come back tomorrow. Oh, you're the Librarian of Prop 4. Please, go inside. Oh, you don't want to? Oh, all of you want to leave now? No, you can't leave. You have to stay. You have to stay until you get a job, sir. And then you can abandon the library like everybody else. My favorite building block? I'm not sure. Dark oak plank? Is wheat a building block? Alright, one more day to try for mending. But actually... Oh, man. I need to take, like, a 2-minute break. So, when we return, the noble cycling of this fellow's job blocks. Apparently he doesn't believe he's supposed to use a job block anymore. Well, we can disabuse him of that notion pretty quick. So I'll just make another lectern. I literally do not care. I'll keep on making them until he looks at one and decides he wants to work on it. There we go. Glad we had this talk, buddy. Now let's get mending. You and me. Third infinity. Feather 2. Even Feather 4 I wouldn't take. We're only getting mending. I don't want to do this anymore. Channeling, that's something, but I don't care. If it's not mending, it doesn't matter. It can be like, solve how stupid you are and you'll play the game better and your inventory will be infinite. And if it's not mending, it doesn't matter. Cobble Deep Slate is nice. You like Skulk? Skulk is very cool. At last! The dream of mending has come alive, and we will purchase a book. An enchanted book of mending. Now he's locked in. I mean, not locked in. We're not gonna lock him in. But this gate is not opening again until we get all the mending books we need. Alright, good deal. What's wrong with you, man? Time to kill the villager and get mending all over again? No, thank you. No, thank you. I went through a lot to get that mending. Oh, I left the other books. We actually need to do like a big burst of enchant. He wants to sell it to me for more expensive prices? I must have done something wrong to him. And we got a cleric there. We're just going to get all the rotted flesh that we've got laying around. That arrow was a long time ago, and I can't believe we're still talking about old stuff. After all I've done for this village, I don't have time to go into it right now, but I've done a lot. Oh, I accidentally bought all the redstone with emeralds instead of selling it. That's okay. I should have paid attention. I was just like, oh, this is one that works. The good thing is that we have some redstone, which I don't care about, but more inventory space because we finally sold the rotted flesh. That would make dude that wanted me to do that really bad very happy. Alright, let's see what we can get here. And we get a very solid shovel. Fortune 3, that's basically just going to get us flint instantly when we hit gravel. It'll just automatically make it that, but it'll also be very strong in general. Efficiency 4 just churns. 5 is, clearly stronger, but it'll get it done there. Alright, so if we put it there, we'll get Unbreaking 3 for the sword. But the bow for Unbreaking 3, I think that's a smart call. And now we've only got one more try to get Respiration here. Yeah, we could just burn Prot 3, because that's not going to be a waste, right? We're going to be able to push... Yeah, because we're going to be able to push that onto another thing, so we're going to be able to get 2 Prot 4s out of this. We're going to sink all of our experience right here, but we should get quite a benefit. Stop harassing people in chat, please. There's nothing wrong with their profile picture. And just broadly speaking, don't tell me what to do. You might suggest it, but don't tell me what to do, and especially don't tell me to tell other people what to do, unless you think it's important. And if you think this is important, it's not. So stop thinking about it. But we are going to put Looting 2 on, and then another Looting 2 book should push it right up to Looting 3. Yes, indeed it does. And a pickaxe with Fortune 3. And a bow with Power 5. We need 4 experience levels, and we don't have them. Well, those 4 will go really quick. So we'll be able to keep on improving our stuff here. Let's put Mending on the sword. It takes 9, so we'll need 9 for that. Because I gotta figure that the sword is the most important thing to have Mending on. After that, clearly, the shield. The experience goes so fast at these low levels that we'll just be able to burst right up. You do want to like do it a bit at a time, you know. You don't want to go up to level 30 and then spend those, because if you can get to level, 9 here, then you can immediately go and get your mending, go back down to level 1 and get, your levels again and again easily at the base. It's just not nearly enough animals for this experience farm, but we're almost through-ish. We're so close to being, like, mostly done needing experience, right? Because really it's just emeralds now and then tiny bits of experience, and we're mostly good. This is a much superior approach to getting really good gear than what I was doing in the last world, which was, like, re-rolling gear and burning it off and not ever getting the books. The books make it much more reliable. It takes a little bit of time, but you don't have to keep on rolling and re-rolling. And there we go. Sharpness 5, sweep at edge 3, looting 3, and mending. Now we just need unbreaking on it. But that'll be alright. It shouldn't be too hard. We'll just, we'll keep throwing the sword in, and when we see unbreaking 3, or on a book or something, we'll be able to get it. But it's not terribly important, because with mending on the sword, it's never going to break. We're not going to take so much damage on the sword without ever getting experience that we got to worry about it. So that's the lowest priority there. Now, unbreaking on a pickaxe, that would be good. Same thing, though. If you get mending, you're likely to recover. But that is neither here nor there. What we do need to do is run in, bash some sheep. Yeah, bash some sheep. The sheep are getting rather densely packed. And that'll just mend us right up, so we won't get experience immediately. After all, we have to mend our little wounds here on the sword. But once it gets maxed out, then, it'll be good for practically forever. We're just going to lay down right here for the night because, what even is being safe? Nope, not time to feed pigs again. I could sell some carrots. Yeah, we'll sell that amount of carrots. And we will look for the mutton buying man. I don't know if any of our villagers buy carrots, but they can buy carrots. There we go. You don't get a good rate for them, but what are you going to do? It does let you churn through. And I'm not sure where... Yeah, there we go. This fellow buys them as well. But the dude who works at the smoker should be here soon, but equally sure that the pig should actually be redone now, because I thought I was really close to it being their time. So it's got to be ready right now, right? Yeah, there we go. And we'll continue to use our amazing experience farm. Alright, what's the description for this thing say? Chicken farm, didn't do it. Table of maximum enchantment, did it. Librarian of Mending and other things. Alright, yeah, so we could do a mineshaft, and that will, that'll satisfy all of the principal things besides the chicken farm, which we can all agree wasn't going to be really riveting to watch anyway. But we still need to make it. You know, chicken farms are very important, or something. Yep, and there we go. 2 more prot 4s in the bank. We've got 14 out of the possible 16 levels of protection, maximum armor, a looting 3, sharpness 5, sweeping 3 sword, a fortune 3 pickaxe. Now I don't have mending on my shield yet or unbreaking, so there's a lot to do. We need an unbreaking 3 book, but that can wait. So what I really need at this point is to understand why these idiots are walking around outside. It doesn't matter. Maybe that's it, you know. My computer is very strong, so perhaps everybody would do animal farms like this. It's just not practical because of how many entities there are. Because right here, there's, you know, there's 250 or so entities in here, 230 in the frame. But I've regularly gotten to, you know, thousands, so I sympathize. One of the things I thought whenever I made this computer, though, is I wanted to make like a monster to crush Minecraft, kind of as a joke, right? Because that's the meme, is that you get like a really great computer to play Minecraft on it. But I decided to do it. I decided, don't let your memes be memes. Let them ascend. I was talking about my chicken farm to this guy at work, and he was like, yeah, I do this little thing, and, you know, it's just 1 block, and so you don't get too many chickens. I'm like, I do a thing where I get like 1,000, and I stick them in a little underground room, and then I stuff them full of seeds. But, you know, we all have our ways of sounding like monsters. Every time you guys have described an iron farm or a therapy session, y'all really raise the eyebrows, right? I'm just playing. I know that morality is different in a video game. I also know that the guy who used to work at the smoker is MIA. Did he fall down here? You know, why don't we just look? No, he's not down here. But I don't know where he is, and I would very much like to sell him some animal products. Well, maybe perish in the night. Maybe they're standing off in the forest like they were doing that one time. Because, like, these guys aren't at work, but they don't know what they're doing, right? Everybody else is mostly at work. In conclusion, the librarians are wandering. The guy with the smoker doesn't want to do his job, which is robbing me of like a couple dozen emeralds, but it'll be okay. We'll just keep on looking over there, and if we see him working, you know, across the field, we'll know that he's finally decided to get off of his rear, start earning. Colin, what I do for work? I am a cook. That is why I wore the bandana to dress up for Halloween. If he walked down there with that tiny little sliver of a space to fall into, then that might be him right there. It is a zombie villager. Does he have a bandana? If this idiot has a bandana and a little, like, I've been promoted thing on his belt. Oh no. Is it him? Is it my initial Fletcher? They've fallen into this terrible hole. Well, we can't help them. All we can do is seal it in and say that no one knows what happened to him. It's a terrible mystery. You know, there's a lot of different theories for what happened there one day. All of them really relating to a close reading of the text of Edgar Allan Poe's short story, The Cask of Amontillado. Yeah, alright, you know, why don't I just wear the costume real quick for another little bit. It'll show people what I look like. Alright, as you see, I am clearly dressed as a butcher in Minecraft. In my work clothes now. I don't think that guy is ever coming back to the smoker. We should prepare for the worst. Which is the prospect of having to build another smoker, pop a bunch more pigs, level it up to that level again. You know, it's actually pretty annoying, and it's going to put a big damper on my ability to get this. My favorite piece of literature. The Love Song of J. Alfred Prufrock by T.S. Eliot. I would say, minute for minute, pound for pound, that long poem is to me like my whole heart and soul. And if I could just have Prufrock, like, whenever I first read Prufrock, it shivered me. There's a line in Kafka about how literature should be like an axe that breaks through the frozen lake of the soul. And that's what the Love Song of J. Alfred Prufrock was to me. Prufrock is a masterpiece. I love it so much. And I think I would put it as my favorite piece of literature, period. If not that, then like Bluebird by Charles Bukowski, to be in a totally different realm of reputableness. But that's good stuff too. And I've gotten distracted talking about Prufrock. Man, I love Prufrock. One day, for my 14 trillion subscriber special, I'll like make the whole thing of Prufrock in Minecraft and make everybody go through it while I go on a roller coaster that stops at the rooms and talk about it and do all the lines. That'll be a fun thing. What a good question. What about you? Do you like books? Yeah, I just need to set up a chicken farm. But yeah, we're sort of like stuck in the indecision right now. We've got our good stuff. All we need is levels and, you know, to get our act together. So mending books. One for the bow would be good, but I don't think terribly important. I think you can just put a bow and another bow on an anvil to heal a bow, but I do need to see. Maybe you can't. Well, we'll put mending on it before too long. Probably. We would have been pretty close if it weren't for that bumbling villager getting lost somewhere. But I don't think he's coming back. I think we're going to have to get used... We're going to have to get used to the idea that he's not coming home. But, of course, we've got more pumpkins, and that will allow us to get slightly more emeralds. I would like to have mending for the bow before we go out. Just because it's more expensive to put on later, right? And I'd like to be confident with the tools that I'm going to have to be using for a while. But now that we got power 5 on the bow, we're going to be shooting half as much, maybe even less. Hamlet's your favorite piece? That was going to be on the list. I love Hamlet a lot. I actually read some from Hamlet the other day when I died in my hardcore world. I have an obsessive interest in Hamlet. But Prufrock just means a little more to me overall. Because Hamlet speaks to a very specific part of my nature, but Prufrock is like... When I read Prufrock, it was like looking into my future in a glass. And if you know Prufrock, you're going to be like, oh man, dude, I'm sorry, but I loved it. And I still love it. I think it's marvelous. I think that despair, while a great challenge, can be a marvelous beauty as well. And T.S. Eliot captured that as well as anyone ever has in Prufrock. But yeah, after I messed up, I made everybody, all the people that were around that stayed there, I made them listen to me read the soliloquy of Hamlet, which was pretty fun for me. And you know, some people stayed around for it. But the specific way I died led me to really want to read Hamlet about it, although I'm always reading Hamlet. There's this thing I do at work. There's a Christmas party. I just show up because they always do it on a day when I close, otherwise I wouldn't go. And I just sit at a table. Ah, you were there and read. Okay, cool, yeah. I sit at a table and I read a book from like my car. So like Notes from Underground by Dostoevsky is usually in the car, or Hamlet. Those are like my two that I like keep on me. And then I'm reading other stuff always too. But so I'm like there at the Christmas party. I've done it I think the last 3 years. I've just been sitting there reading either Notes from Underground or Hamlet, and then you know, someone will be like, hey, what you doing? I'm like, well, you see, I'm reading Notes from Underground, or Hamlet, as the case may be. But Hamlet is just truly, truly wonderful. And while I would say Prufrock is my favorite, and I'll stick by that, I would say that Hamlet is like a work of towering genius in a way that the Prufrock isn't, although Prufrock is itself a masterwork, in my opinion. Like, as you know, as a person that's into Hamlet, the impact of Hamlet on literature, beauty, and perception is peerless. There are people all around the world who try to tell themselves that the poet of their native language is as fine as Shakespeare, and I wish them luck in their beliefs. I hope they're right. But I have not yet found it. But every time somebody gives me like a new national poet, I'm never like, oh, that's bad. I'm like, wow, this is amazing. But y'all got to get on the Hamlet train. Y'all, you gotta do Henry V. You gotta get on Othello and Lear. You gotta think about the whole package. You gotta have Macbeth. But it's very unfair to compare anybody to Shakespeare. It's like, you know, comparing a mountain to the tallest mountain in the world. What purpose could it possibly serve? Who are you clubbing with this comparison so gracelessly that you use a nuclear bomb of Shakespeare to be like, you're not as good as him, bloom. That's the sound a nuclear bomb makes, bloom. Like a blooming sound, but, you know, a little more guttural. And if you're saying I've listened to a nuclear bomb and that's not true, well, you should have listened to me do the sound effects. Bloom. Alright, that's enough of that. Alright, so we now have some levels, and we're getting a little closer to the amount of emeralds that we would need. We might be able to get them here. Mayhap. Do you have any other interest outside of literature? I would say that literature and like the arts in general are my principal interest. I'm extremely interested in like history and philosophy and that kind of thing, but often just through the lens of literature. Like my principal interest in literature, in history rather, is in the literature of historical things, classical poetry, what we can learn about it from that sort of stuff. Like, although modern scholarship of history is much better than Plutarch, I would rather read Plutarch talk about Alexander any day than accurately learn about the life of Alexander, because all the stories that aren't true are better than the ones that are. But I bake. That's another hobby of mine that's not around here. So I bake like a lot of cookies and bread and brownies. I make fudge, stuff like that. And I love music and movies. I don't watch very much television, but like whenever I was a kid, I had some shows like with my family that I loved a lot. But yeah, mainly video games and books. Those and music. Those are like the great loves in my life that I always want to do. Like, if I don't have music on, then I can get all out of sorts. That's the hardest part about work, is that I find it, well, impossible to listen to music while I'm there, but unpleasant to exist without music. The music we have on this channel here, like, it's not what I would listen to on my day-to-day, but it is free from YouTube, and I like this sort of electronica stuff, but I like a very, very wide range of music in various styles, which I know everybody says. We need 32. Well, we would have had them if the fellow would have showed up for work, but I don't think he's going to. We could go look for him. I mean, we already kind of looked for him, and that bored me, and I didn't want to do it. Whatever. Not every boy thrown to the wolves becomes a hero. You know, he could have fallen anywhere. Could have fallen down there. He's probably a zombie now. Oh well. Alright. Costume off. Back to non-work me. Non-butcher Tarkin. So, I just need more emeralds. And the only way I know how to get emeralds, besides all the other ways I know how to get emeralds, is farming melons. This has got to be the slowest way in the game. I'm sure farming sticks is quicker. But, you know, whatever. We need to make a cauldron. How do you make a cauldron? Let's figure it out. I think you need like a full water bucket. Nope, you just need some iron. Maybe you can make a full cauldron if you already have a water bucket or something. But we'll just head home real quick and give Garuda some tribute. It's been a couple of nights since we slept in our own bed with our own beloved best friend Garuda. Ba-ba-ba-ba. But yeah, I never find myself wanting more hobbies. The ones that I have they always seem good for me, you know. I tend to play whatever game I'm playing for a while before I get over it. It just depends, though. Before this, I was on Baldur's Gate 3 for a couple hundred hours. And before that, Persona 5. I was playing World of Warcraft for a bit. A couple years ago, I played a whole bunch of Dead by Daylight, like 600 hours of it. It just, you know, because to me, if I like start playing a different game, that's like a whole different life that I'm in. It doesn't seem like, oh, I'm still playing games. It's like I might as well have just totally moved over everything. But since we sold so many of the carrots, now we have to plant some more, but it won't take too long to get them up. Carrots grow much, much more plentifully than wheat does. But wheat is more useful. There's many, many more applications. And the things you get with wheat are often better too. But what we need to do is get a lot of pigs, because we have to level up another villager with a smoker, and hopefully this one won't have anything stupid happen to it. Him, them, whichever. But now that we have looting, we will get very large amounts of pigs in relatively short amounts of time. And it'll only take like one hit to get him, because with the sweeping edge and the sharpness, it's very effective. And this will probably be about enough to let us get a new fellow leveled up. At the very least, it'll let us get one mending book. And it was about time to get a coal here, or make the pin bigger, one or the other. We're just going to go over here to where we see some dude without a job, and then we're going to encourage them to take this one. There's got to be some guy without a job in this hick town. Maybe not, though. Maybe they've all fallen down. You know, I don't have a railing to protect them from it. Well, guys, I found them. I don't even know if that's the one I'm looking for, but I found them. They just jumped off the edge. Well, you know, I did want to build a village down here, so that'll be useful. Is this, Alright, yeah, Novice Fletcher, you know what? Thanks, for the arrows. I needed to get some. Heterochromia cat, very beautiful. We're just gonna throw the beds there, and, you know, they should be fine, right? Wait, why am I going all the way down here? I was just investigating. But I do have the Depth Strider now, so fast water movement is about time. I do need breath, though, so we don't want to be thinking that we're in peak water motion mode. This is the Librarian of Fortune 3. He's fallen down, too. Apparently, they all want to fall down here. Are they trying to meet the ones at the bottom, so they're just jumping? Anyway, we're going to deal with all of those ridiculous shenanigans later. We're just going to remove the water bucket down for a second and see if that helps them. Because even if it just pushes them down further in, rather than being stuck in the middle, that'll be okay. But if they'll just associate with the beds or something... Yeah, it really could be the beds in the cavern that started this, because we told them to go down there, but... I think it's really that they just fell, and then they walked down randomly, but, you know, they might have just, yeah, it's hard to say. But I don't think these idiots are going to do anything but stand there forever. So we're just going to let them. Whatever. It's fine. Did anybody go to the smoker up here, or are there no available people in the village? There are no available people in the village. They are all falling down. Fantastic. So as I thought I was about to be leaving town, apparently I have a whole lot of things to do, like try to squire these villagers around, make more beds. Because I wanted to put this this cauldron down, and I didn't have a villager to hang my hat on here, you know? Here's one. Come on, buddy. Come on. Yeah, Bandana Man. He doesn't buy chicken, though, so he's not the guy of our dreams. We want a good, strong butcher. There we go. After 5 trades, he levels up. But I think it's a 12 trade thing, so we won't be able to... Yeah, we would have to buy some here. Which is worth it, because we're going to be able to sell the button. Yeah, it's worth it. We'll buy like 2 or 3, and that'll level them. We'll buy 8, and that'll level them. But the important thing is that now we have a butcher again. As long as we have him, we've got him. You can take that to the bank. We've got our emeralds now. And using 8 emeralds to be able to get all of these was a good move. You're feeling good designing redstone to have to deal with villagers. Yeah, you know, villagers, they're the future, but man, can they get under one's skin. Yes, they certainly can. But we'll have 50 pork chops for our jaunt, and a mending thing to throw on to the bow, and then yeah, we're just going to get to it. Hey, the Master Butcher. That's not, is that a new one? No, yeah, that's the same one that we just used. I was like, he's just a Master Butcher already. It doesn't take too long to level him up. And we'll put a little leather contraption over here by the cows. And when we come up, I'm sure that there will be a guy working there. We'll just put a couple more beds down here in the old dirt row house. We'll dig a couple more. Oh yeah, I have a real shovel now. I don't need to... I was thinking it was going to take a second to get those dirt pieces down. But that ain't the world I live in. We're back to riches and efficiency. Back to a house without a door for them to live in. Somehow we already got to level 20. I guess you get a lot of experience for those upper level trades. So pretty funny stuff. Alright, so recipe 3 is the next thing to get at level 30, which hopefully it'll save it. It saved it the last time we were here. But maybe putting something in here with mending will mess it up, but we'll just have to run that risk. Now the bow will never break, and the sword will never break. However, the shield is definitely going to break, so we are going to find the iron where I put it in a strategic location? Question mark? Yes, here. Wait, no, that's not how to make them. We're just gonna put this random stuff in here, and we actually, oh yeah, that's right. We have 49 cooked pork chops and 60 steaks. We're gonna put the pork chops in here, and no, we're gonna travel with both of them. Whatever. We're going to throw the bread at some villagers, since we've got more beds. You know, actually, all the earlier bread throwing, they might have just waiting for more beds. It looks like that's exactly what's going on. So. He offers us a discount since we have gotten him his start in industry. Very nice of him. You know, we won't refuse. We're not so proud as all that. If somebody wants to give us a bunch of money in order to sell them things, we definitely will. And right after I said recipe 3 doesn't matter that much, I'm like, but doesn't it though? Wouldn't I be happier if I had recipe 3? And I think we can get it without too much trouble. And at that point, we might actually have another mending book, and then, you know, we'll never have to leave the village again. At least I got the diamonds first, right? This is so much better than me, like, getting emeralds to level the guys to buy the things. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. Day 53. And I am considering leaving the village for the first time ever. No, not really. I mean, I explored before I even started out here. I don't need to defend myself to you. Not on Halloween. I'll turn into a pumpkin and fly away. That's what pumpkins do, right? I don't know enough about Halloween to dispute it. Level 20, a nice breakpoint there. We are going to want to go inside. There's a lot of experience orbs that you just can't get from outside of a fence. You'll get a few and it'll make you think that you're getting them, but that just means you don't know how many cows are actually inside of the fencing. That's the only thing that means. I need a bigger wheat field. No, I don't. I need to chill. It's a plenty fine wheat field. I just need a chicken coop, and then this is fine. I also don't need very much more experience at all. It's all fine. We've got our tools. We've got 2 bundles. I want to make 1 more bundle. That's right. I wanted to make another bundle. For that, I need string. I definitely have a ton of string somewhere. Probably inside the house. We will return to Garuda with stories of our shimmering armor. You know, we turn the shimmer down because it annoys me, but it still shimmers, theoretically. Alright, do we need any of this stuff? Just string, and there's no string in here. I wouldn't have thrown it away. It's just got to be in some other thing. But if it's not here and it's not in there, like, did I just throw the string out? Sounds like something I would do. You know, it's probably at one of the internal chests down there that are there for organizing things that I didn't want to throw out, but I didn't want to carry with me. When does I ever need string, I would have said. Ridiculous. You know, I just need 1 single string. A horse, my kingdom for a horse. That's me doing Robert De Niro, doing Jake LaMotta in 1980 Raging Bull by Martin Scorsese. Unless he doesn't do that in that one. I think he does, though. But the bouncing baby boy is bouncing around. The string is nowhere to be found. And the good news is, and there is good news, that I think we're about to go off into the wild yonder anyway. No, I wanted to get to the level. Yeah, well, we've got 32 emeralds now, so there's no point in leaving before we secure this next little burst of experience, is there? It's just a matter of whether or not it's practical to do it, because with mending, you know, you get less experience for all these kills anyway. Alright, where's the real farmer? We buy another glorious mending book. But where's the real farmer? Is it you, sir? Yes. And back up to 18 emeralds. Halfway to another book. You mostly hit the adults when you do this, but you can't ever be sure. But I just want to get the emeralds, and I didn't care how. And I figured this would get us a little closer to where we needed to be. Love is in the air. We have thrown the additional beds around, and they are having wonderful dividends to the people of the village. I think. Yeah, we're not seeing any lightning bolts, so little bouncing baby brats will be born. That's not what I say about children all the time. It's from Disney's Hercules. I know no one was like calling me to task on it, but it's not what I call children, except that it's a Hercules reference. Hercules, Hercules, you know, like that one. We've got plenty of kids in the village. Someone's going to get a job over there, and we're going to be able to sell a bunch of leather, and everything's going to be fine. Not that everything's not fine right now. I mean, it's clearly fine. We just need to get a little bit more of a level. I might put mending on a shield right away. No, that's too silly, even for me. We will see if Recipe 3, yeah, Recipe 3 is still being listed, so that's good news. And that'll give us more or less perfect. I still definitely want, you know, feather falling on the boots, but it can and will wait. If only I had a chicken farm. Nah, I'm not messed up about it. This is how I usually start the game, so it's funny to be doing it to just get that last little boost of goodness on my gear, and not because I'm, like, afraid of going out. I already went out when I was afraid of going out. When I go out again, I'm going to be basically indistinguishable in power from how I remember being yesterday, right? All I don't have is feather falling. We got a bit of thorns. We got 2 levels of protection less than max, which is not perfect. It's actually noticeably less, but it's still very, very good. About 14 levels better than none at all. That's right, I counted them. 1, 2, 10, 14. Just like that, all in a row. But we might need some more books, so I'm going to go over here and make them real quick. It occurs to me we could even sell paper for emeralds if it came to that, now that See, if I just would have set up this sugarcane farm on the second day, we could have saved like 35 minutes. But, you know, that's what it's all about. Learning. I would not learn nearly as much if I wasn't always doing these hardcore worlds and failing. It really places upon you the importance of improving quickly. As anyone who's tried to play hardcore can probably attest. You better get with it or you ain't gonna get anywhere. And we still didn't find any string. I wasn't looking anymore. I didn't think I was gonna get it. But it looks like, yeah, some villager will take this job block eventually. It's just, I think they're all children right now and they have to grow up. I don't think it has to be filled with water to be a functional one. This is Java hardcore, voxel. I would say I didn't even know that Bedrock Hardcore existed, but I guess they just put it out the other day. I read that in the patch notes. I haven't played Bedrock in quite some time. 4 months, you know. A long time. Alright. I think that's basically everything, right? I've just been waffling around because I'm thinking that if I stay here longer, I'll somehow make better choices? Nah, not gonna happen. Really, I just wanted to get respiration, but if we're going down into the mineshaft, that's totally unnecessary, right? I'll just throw mending on the pickaxe, and then, yeah. And we'll come up with a bunch of wealth. This will be a good time to test really quick if putting something on the anvil changes this. No, it doesn't. So we still got Recipe 3 loaded as long as that stays there. I don't know if the enchantments leave, if you leave a certain area or whatever, but right now we got Recipe 3 on it. 8 oak logs is some. I need more torches than this if I'm going to be moving out. But I think I just auto-smelted through, like, the whole thing, basically, yeah. And, well, that means I need to do a little bit of charcoaling first. I am now going to do a thing that I've been threatening to do for a long time. And I'm going to cut down this floating tree. And it's probably going to be, like, really difficult to do, but there's so many hidden ones. Like, if you want to cut down one of these oak trees, you really gotta try. It ain't gonna do it all on its lonesome self for you. You're gonna have to put a little bit of work in. The logs on the side of the house are proper logs, and that's what kept this tree growing on the side of it. But that's a good way to get damage on your fine things. Let's look at the cavern here. I wonder if anybody has, in this little cave with the golem. First of all, there are now 2 golems. And 1 unoccupied bed. We're going to put another bed down here. I thought for sure I left 2. Oh yeah, that's the speed that I expect from walking through the water. Very nice indeed. Yeah, you know, that tree was there for a really long time. I think, you know, why don't we build on this and knock down this one as well? Maybe even the one supported by that house. Is that the last one? Yeah, we see him decaying down. Good deal. Oh, never mind. This is a tree that's straight on the side of the house, too. Don't tase me, bro. I'm authorized to be here. We're doing tree limb removal. Called by the homeowner. He was giving me an eye, man. I thought he was about to hit me. I don't want these saplings for anything, so I'm going to throw them into the bone meal thing. And then accidentally a carrot. He just like walked over and petted the cows. Good for him. Yeah, I don't love the bands on these, but you know, 2 of them were fine. I should have put different diamond gear so that I didn't have this aesthetic. It'll be okay. I'll get over it. I'll find different things to put on the gear. I'd really hope to see some adult villager take this leather cauldron up. Alright, now someone's got to notice. You, sir? Have you need of employment? What about you, young Padawan? Do you wish to learn the ways of the tannery? I know it's not safe for children, but you'll grow up soon. Child labor is not a joke. Hi, Sid. It's going awesome. We are absolutely crushing it. Mending Librarian is secured. We got a Sharpness 5, Looting 3, Mending Sword. I got 14 levels of protection and a guy to buy Prot 4 books from. Like, we are rolling in the power. And we're about to go down into the mineshaft to hopefully find a record. But also any old other thing that we might find. But I was about to go down. If I dressed up for Halloween, well, I actually do have a costume. I've worn it a couple times already, but I'll put it on again here in a bit. It's not much of one, don't get too excited. But I'm dressed up as a Minecraft villager a little bit. You'll have to guess which one I'm going to be. But when we get ready to go down into the mine, I'll put on my costume. Although it is not miner appropriate. Alright, I think we're just gonna go, right? Yeah, we're just gonna go. We've got mending on the pickaxe. There's no reason to delay any longer. The only reason we are delaying, and it is a reason, is to get more charcoal for torches. Because the mineshaft will require some. Oh man, it's gonna be so casual in that mineshaft, unless there's a witch. And then it will be decidedly non-casual, but, you know, still pretty casual. And there's a creeper running around. I do need to grab some of this wool because I put my bed down in the little cavern there. Bed discipline. We're just going to lay down for the night. That's not very disciplined, but it is what we're doing. And little by little, we push the boundaries of the forest back. And we'll probably, you know, do something with cherry trees, who knows. But with more of a open space around us, we'll be able to think about, you know, flowering the place up. Get rid of some more floating trees. It's like, that's a skeleton in quite nice gear. We're going to shoot him in the leg. And then on the approach... Oh, I don't have my shield out. Well, the good thing is that you can note from me being shot that we no longer are susceptible to small arms fire. Observe. For we have been struck twice, 3 times, 4 times, and they have done a heart of damage, 5 times, and he is dead from thorns or the light. So, you know, that's what skeletons can look forward to whenever they fight against me now. But it will still damage the gear, and we don't have mending on everything, so we don't need to do that, besides to demonstrate how strong and brave we are. It reminds me of one of those don't try this at home videos, which I won't even do a synopsis of, but whatever you do, don't try it at home. I love that mangrove tree so much. It's awesome. Alright, we're just going to do what? Put wool in here because I don't want it with me. Put the planks in here. Yes, we're gonna do all of those things all in a row. And I still never found one more string. I do need to bring some leather with me. 1 leather, 2 leather, some leather so that I can make another bundle whenever we go down there. As we may not find leather, although we're certainly going to be finding some string as we go further down, so. Without too much further delay, we're just going to feed the pigs one more time. I know. But we had plenty of carrots. What do you want from me? Literally what? Alright. We have the stuff, we have the things. There's one last charcoal left over, which we will put into a chest, into a bundle. Even better than a chest, a bundle! We will want a bucket for water sourcing. Potentially, we're just planning on going to the mineshaft, but you never know what we'll get into. And now that we have a diamond pickaxe of Fortune 3 and a sword of looting 3, we should be getting a lot of stuff when we're down here. I mean, I think it's more than double, honestly, whenever you hit stuff with a diamond pickaxe. So we should be looking to come out of here with zounds of copper, with a legion of iron, and with a moderate amount of diamonds. Which we won't even need for anything soon, but that's alright. But, time for a quick costume change. So, here you go. Which Minecraft villager am I? It's time for us to go into the deep. This is what I wear to work. Which I've already explained. But, yes. They are still hanging out right down there. They, you know, oh, they probably can't even get into the beds because of the ceiling there. So maybe they just needed a little more space. Heterochromia cat is going into the depths to fight creepers. That sign helpfully tells you that this way is up. Reasoning that you may not be able to otherwise know. Now, I don't need to get too brave here, because I still don't have feather falling. We turn this way to Deep Dark. This way to the bad side of the Deep Dark, though. Like, we don't go in this way, right? Yeah, this is just where we got the diamonds. We want to go to the other side. There might be more native knockback on the diamond sword than on other things, because it seems like we're getting a little bit of pushback on them, which is fine. It's what I'm used to. I was noticing with, like, the stone and the diamond that it felt a little off, but I thought it might have been just because, you know, they were still fighting back because they were still alive. And here we go, the entrance to the cavern. I'd recognize it anywhere. You know, if I had to be in a world and decide I'm just gonna go down and try to mine, this was the world for it, wasn't it? You know, and they call it a mine. They call it a mine. But it's not a mine. It's a mine shaft! I don't know if the Deep Dark can extend into it, but I think we're mainly on the other side of it. But we are going to be keeping a wary eye. My pickaxe is very efficient now, so even at 4, it'll go through this deep slate in just like a fraction, which is a little clumsy and will get us hurt if we don't replace it. There's a clutch of foes over there. There's an Enderman staring at me. We're just gonna ignore him. There's a lot of foes down here. That Enderman definitely is not pinged to me, though. There's no way. This is another cave spider spawner, so we're just gonna crack it. Impaling 2, Enderman whoops. And again, he's not pinged to me. Yes! We got it, guys! Now I just need to go find Luca and not accident. We've got the song. We've got Cat again. And a Book of Lure 1, which is better than no luring at all. And a saddle. And strings, so, you know, we're in good shape here. We're going to be able to make a bundle. We're going to be able to make blue dye out of the lapis. We're going to be able to make a blue bundle out of the... Oh, no, I made it out of the wrong bundle. We're going to make it out of the other bundle. And this will make a light blue dye for a lighter blue bundle, which actually shows up brilliantly and beautifully. It's more like a bright light blue bundle. Alright, so there we go. A book takes up the full bundle, which is not useful. That's the wrong bundle to be putting junk into, though. Ha! They are about to get embroiled. That was a beautiful dance there, and you know, I'm sorry that they both had to die. Did that sound like I was lying? I was lying. I'm not sorry. There's an Enderman in there. He can't really fight in this tunnel, so even if he was pinged to me, this place would be hilarious for an Enderman. They wouldn't be able to navigate it very well. And another name tag. Most excellent. Yeah, let's not bow fight near Luca. I didn't. It wasn't a bow. I did a jump swing with my sword. Remember at the zombie? So it's even worse than a bow fight. But we're not going to bow fight this time. This is like a spawner in the middle of the mine shaft. I don't think it's actually a part of the mine shaft. Because it had like the double boxes, but maybe it's just like a room that does generate, and it is part of the mine shaft, and I'm just like thinking of it a little strangely. You shoot me in a dream, you better wake up and apologize. There will likely be a spawner inside here, deep in probably, with little fiery eyes, and we're just going to want to get rid of it. Yep, there you go. This would actually be an incredibly annoying and hazardous room, because these spiders have poison, right? And they can freely travel through this dumb little area. And if they knock you up, you get stuck, and if there's a couple of them, I could totally see a potential in getting popped in a place like that, which would be worse than embarrassing, annoying. Yeah, or any other parrot, indeed. But we demonstrate the efficacy of Fortune 3. So there we get 22 iron from this little block in the wall. It's really quite the night and day situation. We've got another minecart. Who knows what wonderful riches may dwell within it. We're about to know. Well, you know, it could be better. But if you got it and you didn't have any of this stuff previously, it would be pretty good. I don't need either of these books. They're not good enough to carry around. Now, the Deep Dark is right there. The Deep Dark is right there. We're not going in. We're just going to place a torch, clearly illuminating it, and not getting a subtitle that says we're in danger, so that's good. It sure keeps me honest, if by honest you mean afraid and squirrely. Alright, I threw the stuff on the ground as if I wouldn't walk back over it. Here, let me try it again. Ridiculous behavior. You ask if I know how to make people a mod? Yeah, I know how. Alright, no more costume. No diamonds, like, at all in this section, not exposed anyway. Very sad. Not that we need them, but, you know, we'd grown accustomed to finding them, at least. We got the music disc, which was, like, the #1 desired find. But a lot of iron is great. Gold would be better since we need good tracks, you know, but any tracks at all are quite excellent. Another spawner zone. And they totally, actually freaked me out that time. They must have been inside of one of those webs above me, just waiting for me to come in. Should you eat a lot of candy or not? You should eat a reasonable amount of candy. Maybe slightly more than reasonable. It is Halloween and it's a celebration. Just if you think you're about to eat too much, you know, don't eat that much. They are really thick back here. This is like a super annoying room. And no exposed diamonds to reward me. I'm just gonna rock some of these supports down and make a chest. I was hoping I would expose a diamond and look like a genius, but really I just wanted to get this chest so I can put some of this junk into it. Some of it's fine, but I'm not gonna put that into the chest, you know, we're just gonna put random junk, like the Iron Horse armor. Alright, now we've got slightly more space in the inventory. Oh, I put them into the minecart and then I cracked the minecart. That's why. I was like, I swear I put all this junk into a stupid box, but I didn't. I put it into a minecart, which is not a box at all. And it just keeps on going. It looks like here is just either side of the wall, which makes sense. What doesn't make sense is where all the diamonds are. Yeah, y'all ain't gonna make me believe these guys are this good at being miners. There should be some sticking around. There usually are. Bad news is I've sort of lost track of where I started in this at, but here we go. Nope, that's where we started, so then we'll turn down here. Follow the broken stuff. Yep, and this is just where we were. There's that hallway and that hallway which were bust, but this is the one we were following. We just went through the wall there. I remember now. Looks like we're at risk of another dumb spider room. Alright, I think that might be basically the whole mine shaft. Alright, well, no more diamonds, but we didn't really need them. Another 32 iron, which we did need. We're just going to poke around a little bit more and see if we find another span, but we know that we investigated quite a bit of it the first time, so if we don't find another, it won't be too surprising. Let's go down a level if we can. Is there a mine shaft there? Nope. Alright. I don't think we're finding it there. Now the only thing that remains to do is try to find our way out of this place. We'll either find our way out or find our way into an area we haven't explored before. Either way is good. Hey, someplace we haven't explored before. Of course, it could be the deep dark. Nope, it's just a little intermediary room between mine shafts. How promising. And now that I have a good shovel, it is real quick to churn through gravel. But I do have to be careful that I don't break it. It is very easy to break a shovel. And all this gravel is actually flint, because I have a Fortune 3 shovel, which turns it all to flint. No gravel whatsoever, only flint forever. Hey, we've got logs here. This is like the big mine shaft entrance thing that each mine thing has, because there's like an entrance that you're supposed to find, and then there's all the other ways in. But this log, I think, yeah, I think we found the proper entrance here. Hey, another minecart, just like I thought we would find. Here at the top, and it's got Luck of the Sea 3, which is the maximum level of luck that the sea can offer. We're going to leave the minecart here with this stuff in it, not break it. Yeah, and you come out like so and see it's got like the logs, and that's like the entrance that you're supposed to find. It's got little log legs. Normally they're longer than that, but is that deep dark right there? I can't tell. But it is gold and I want it, so I'm gonna go and get it. Don't really love the sound of that spider, but I don't think he's above my head. Alright, so, good news. We're going to be able to get this gold. That one thing gives us 1, this one gives us 1. Maybe fortune doesn't work on gold. Or maybe it works, but, you know, gradually and not every single time. Which I think is the case. That spider is really giving the Hisson game a run for its money. He doesn't want people to think that he's not dedicated. But I don't really care. I mean, I know spiders want to feel like we're impressed, but don't you get a little tired of it? Spider in and day out? Just yelling at everybody all the time? I think I'd get tired. Alright, how do we get out? Well, this says not yet, so I'm going to say that this is a way we haven't gone in yet, and out will be like somewhere this way. Alright, so, good deal. The helpful sign, truly helpful, just like I thought it might be. Well, we got 47 golds out of it. Funny that we hadn't seen a single diamond, but you know, we had plenty of luck in that regard earlier. And though you hate to say it, I don't really need diamonds right now. I kinda got enough for what I need as far as I know, although more would always be good. Alright, this is definitely a not yet, because there's no way we went down here so far. Oh, I've made everything worse. I mean, my god, I've made it so much worse. I've just, like, cast a thing of stone in here. Well, if we got rid of the lava, at least there's that. But I have ruined everything else. Alright. So that is a way to get rid of lava. There's got to be a better one, but that is a way to do it. Hey, Black Bear. And yes, it has been quite a lucky day. We have been receiving many Minecraft blessings throughout it. Alright. Alright, good deal. That just takes us right here to this mineshaft entrance, which we know exactly where it is, except in another very real way. We had no idea where it was. Fortunately, I'm like real tough now. Oh, come on. I'm just gonna shoot the other one now, and then I hit the guy I'd been aiming for previously. But all in all, fantastically successful little trip. We could leave the planks down here. They might be handy for something. We won't need to leave anything else. But yeah, we've got our Librarians of Mending. We've got all sorts of amazing stuff going on. Almost all our levels of protection sorted out. Almost all of our relevant enchantments secured. Now we can finally play the game. Alright, this weird little cavern exists. I still haven't gotten light in it. What's the next idea? Build the home? I don't know, maybe. Maybe, I mean, it seems logical, right? I'm not sure. But now at least we can return back home to our beloved Garuda, his name shining bright above his head. Garuda the Great. Alright, and our bundles are sorted already. You know, a little bit more behavior like this, and I'll look like I know what I'm doing. Not really, just a little bit. Yeah, I mean, building a home would be good, wouldn't it? Especially now that we've accomplished lots of our goals. Black cat? Oh no, it's got little white feet and stuff. Still a nice cat, but not a black cat. Wrong thing, yeah. But anyway, you put the tool into the offhand and then you can mend it up. Very important. Very important behavior. You always want your tools to be shipshape. That way your other mending experience can be shared. You know, when you have to plant in straight lines, you really... It's all you can see. And all of that just to barely get the pickaxe fixed up. But you know, that's the problem with mending and great tools, is it still takes a little bit of time to get everything how it needs to be. But that's the price I'm willing to pay. Need to make that pen bigger. God, I love a good shovel. And we can do a chicken coop in here somewhere, you know, somewhere. But importantly, it's going to give us plenty of space to expand. And we'll probably go ahead and expand all of the fields out a little bit. I've made a huge tiny mistake. Oh my god, I hate everything. I'm gonna kill them. I'm gonna kill them all. I'm gonna kill every single cow that gets out of this. Yeah, not just the men, but the women and the children too. I'm gonna Anakin Skywalker this. Oh my god, I'm so mad right now. Alright, so they don't get to grow up. They knew what they were doing when they got in the way of me placing that fence in the first place. No one is ever allowed to minorly inconvenience me. I forbid it. Bet you wish you stayed in the fence now. Alright, so that's all done now. All sorted out. Everyone's in the fence just where they're supposed to be. And I bet they aren't even thinking about going out ever again. Less cows than I remember being in here, but you know, I'm sure all the ones know how to act. No, let me look you in the eye. I can't see which cat you are. Oh my god. Might have to tame this cat just so I can look at it and see if it's Bella or not. Super annoying. But after all of that unpleasantness, now it's all fine. The animals are where they're supposed to be, and the pens are slightly larger, just like they needed to be. Sure are a lot less cows than I remembered. I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation for it. I need to get a super secret dirt chest. I'm gonna make this the super secret dirt chest. It's not very secret right now. We'll work on the secretive nature of the dirt chest. Right now it's enough that it's here. If I just had one more fence, I could do that, but I know that I'll have to get rid of a lot of these cows if I do that. I'm gonna do it anyway. Oh, it went into a thing in my inventory. I'm gonna have to, you know, it's all gonna They're gonna all be sorry. I really need to quit doing that, but on the same consideration, they need to quit walking out, given that it will be hazardous for their health. Alright, now everything is fine. We're gonna lay down for the night, talk to the smoker guy in the morning, make some sales, probably get to level 30, get our respiration on the helmet, probably. Yep. I don't know where he lives, so we might have to wait a little bit for him to come to work. We also can just look for him. Alright, looks like a normal storm, not a T-storm, not a thundery storm, which is nice. Just gonna check the helm real quick to see, yeah, Respi 3 still is what's on it. So all I need to do is get 3 more levels. Not really leveling up from that, but at least it's a nice little chunk. And if the leather worker will emerge from the rain, we can get another nice little chunk of emeralds. We have enough for another mending book, I think. Oh, 32. We do not have enough for another mending book. We will have to gracefully shut the door so that they can't get out, cause themselves any problems. Now I can buy a mending book. Oh, this librarian, now he wants to go inside. The Librarian of Power 5. But they don't need you in here anymore, you know. That's all in the past. Yeah, just a little bit more experience, but I don't have, yes I do. I will go and farm pumpkins. I was like, there's got to be one more farm I can do to get this little bit of XP. I don't know why I don't like building a house in Minecraft. I think it's because I'm not very good at it. Nobody asked. You just sometimes ask if I'm going to, which I think means it's day 58. Most people would have built a house. But I mean, I just found one. I used to build one, and then I was thinking, oh, you know, I'll just take one. This villager has one. Oh man, this is really dragging on, huh? I need to do something. But what? No, I've already been doing so many things. I think I've just been playing like quite a long time today. Is just what it is. Oh, it's 11 o'clock at night, yeah. I've been playing a little while then. Just give me enough for a level. There we go, level 30, just like I needed. And enough emeralds for another book of mending, which will be 2 mending books, which will be most excellent. You know, the pork chops were plenty so far, so I'm thinking we're going to leave the steaks and not have 2 whole stacks of food. I don't think we're going on that far of a journey anyway. Oh, and I had 20 emeralds in there all along. Well, I could have gotten 2 more mending books, so that's what I'm going to go do. Getting closer and closer to not really needing emeralds, which is great. Yep, so we get recipe 3 and prop 4 on the helm, which is, I mean, you absolutely can't beat that. That's everything that I was dreaming of. We're going to do that at the end, probably. Alright, so for the hats, it's going to take like probably a ton. 14, I mean, that's rough. That's fine, whatever. We'll throw a mending on it. We just repaired it earlier, so now it's just 3. Hat on. And now we've got 3 pieces of mending there. We still need mending on the legs, but they were in the better shape, so I figured we would do that before it deteriorated. Alright, now I can finally play the game. We have 1 level of protection left to get. We're at prop 15, and I can get that from a book. We've got 1 level of thorns. I think thorns goes to 3. And then we've got feather falling. And then we've got perfect armor. And the gear's not far behind. So feels good. Feels real good. What I'm going to do now is take a little break. Because I should have taken a little break 2 or 3 hours ago. But I just need a couple of minutes to take a breather and get a new Mountain Dew. This one is room temperature. It's 5 hours old, but I'll be back, and then we'll play for another 30 or 35 minutes. I think when we get back, I'm just gonna go. We're gonna build a Nether portal, and I'm gonna get some cobblestone, and we're gonna, you know, build a little blocky line like I did earlier to find the Nether Fortress, and we're just going to start that and go just a little bit, maybe 100 or 200 blocks, and then turn around and go right back to the Nether portal entrance, which we'll do at that one out in the water. But that will wait for a moment, because we're not like super nether ready, but when we go in with that preparation, we've got a protection helm somewhere. Do we need mending on that before we go? You know, it'll be fine. If it looks like it's about to break, we'll not notice it. Yeah, Prat 3 helm, that should serve us relatively well. Pearl for emergency teleporting. Gold boots we won't need. Gold ingots we might need for trades and such, but yeah, alright. So we'll have the helmet for protection. We don't need all the other stuff on there, really. Just mending would be good, but we're going to be trying not to get hit enough times to even break a gold helmet when we're in there, right? Because we're going to be wearing a gold helmet, and that should protect us considerably. But we will give Garuda his ritual seed and lay down for the night. And then, I'm just going to hit here for a second. And I will see you guys in a few minutes when I am revitalized and re-Mountain Dewed with a nice cold drink. I'll be ready to go for the next 45 minutes or so until our day ends. Alright. Now, with the fresh condensation showing Mountain Dew, we'll be ready to return as the rain falls and Garuda stares. Alright, so, to enter the Nether, we need a couple of things. We need a supply of cobblestone. That's the most important thing. Gotta have plenty of cobblestone or you can't get into the Nether. Everybody knows that. Need a flint and steel. We can make one of those pretty trivially easily, but I bet I have one in here. You might be thinking, you don't need a flint and steel to enter the Nether, but I do. Yes, I certainly do. Wish I had a bunch of diorite to make this line with, but we'll have to make do with what we've got. I don't really want to go in without enough to make another portal out, but since we're planning on being very ginger with our motion, we should be okay. Let's see. I don't need these buckets. We don't really need any buckets at all for the Nether. I do need a boat. I do have a boat. Alright. I think there'll be enough obsidian around this portal to build another one once we get into the Nether, because we need 10. And this one's nearly complete, but we may end up a little bit short, which would be disappointing, because I would prefer to go in with, like, a very clear way out, as opposed to just a very solid concept for how we'll get out. Oh, I got pork chops. I need to go home and switch them for steak. I just remembered. That would have been bad, because the piglins flip out if you eat the pork chops. Which makes sense. They can't tell that it's not hog. I'm like, no, these were, like, carrot-fed pigs, not nice, intelligent, pig-stepping pigs like you. But I am glad I noticed that. If we got all the way out there, it would be the same problem. All right. Yeah, for sure. It could be a very sketchy biome, and I'll try to be careful about that. And if it is, then I might just, you know, build a different portal somewhere else. But with 15, it'll go down to 14 levels of prot when I switch my helmet out. But with 14 levels of prot and near full armor, we lose, you know, just one armor point going to the helmet from gold there, so that's not so bad. I need amethyst for a spyglass. It's good for my inventory space, but I want my spyglass. We definitely want the boat for, oh yeah, there's plenty of obsidian. I didn't mine it earlier because I didn't have a good pickaxe. This is 4, not 5, but it's still going to be just a couple handfuls of seconds, which makes it not that annoying to do at all, right? Like, this is a fine amount of time to mine obsidian when you only got to get 10 of it. It's not that much of a headache. It feels like barely more than doing deep slate with like a stone axe, which I have done thousands of because of once upon a time I didn't know how to get iron very well in my peaceful world, and I didn't know how to get diamonds either, so I was just digging this hole in the middle of the ocean with stone tools. I broke like 180 stone pickaxes. Fortunately, the game tracks these sorts of statistics, which is very fun for me. It's exactly the kind of thing that I'm interested in. Alright, 18, 19 obsidian. Why don't we just go for another little brace, and then we won't have to get any more when we go in again. Alright, so the thing about this is it's probably already practically made. We just got to get like 2 more on it, I think. Because it doesn't have to be as tall as it is, and I think they can be jagged and weird. We'll fix it if they can't. Yeah, this is bigger than it needs to be, I think, but that shouldn't matter. So you can make them all sorts of strange-ish sizes, but alright, guys. Gold helmet is on, diamond helmet in the bag in case we need to, you know, get into some crazy fight where the gold helmet will not avail us, like if there's absolutely no piglin around and we want to brawl with a bunch of endermen, or, you know, when we're going inside of a fortress if we get there, something like that. But, well, without further ado, day 59. Let's see if this nether portal works. And it does. Portal noise intensifies. We've got our gold helmet on. We've got our shield up as soon as we load in. We're holding down right click. And we are in a nice safe area close to an abyss. Close to an abyss. Alright, so we just need to pick a direction. This is at 3525, so essentially spawn in the nether. And we are just looking around for anything, you know, interesting. Like a good way to get knocked off of the side, or really any signs of nether fortresses. Bastions also exist, although they're not like as much of a priority. Because the fortress has the stuff I can't get anywhere else. The blaze rods. But we're going to go this way. I thought I was. Alright, the piglin is here. We're going to trade him. He's going to be really happy about it. Yes. Piglin snorts enviously. Come, enviously give me items, fellows. So we do a little trade, and I think he gave me just like straight trash. A potion of fire resistance. That is actually not at all trash. That is excellent. So if something bad happens, we know on 9 we've got our fire resistance. We'll just chug that even if we fall into a lake of fire, and we're set. So very, very good indeed. Did I not bring anything for torches? I didn't bring anything for torches. It'll be okay. We're probably not going to go that far. We're just going to do what we always do and cobblestone our way along. Now, I don't need a solid wall this time. I decided, you know, that's good for edges. But as we're just walking here, this will be plenty. I don't think the Endermen will move so many of them that we can't find our way along. I didn't really love that sound, but since I didn't get a subtitle, I didn't think we were in danger. We got some hogs coming at us. Couple of real hoggy hogs, but we're just going to punch them with a sword. Never mind, the piglins are punching them with swords. I'm sure that will be very effective. We will not need to do any punching. We're just going to carry on more or less in this direction. Looking around every now and then to see, you know, what's going on. And now that we've hit a wall, we're just going to go right through it. Since we have amazing efficiency clip, shouldn't be too hard. Netherrack appears to have a little glow all of its own, so it never gets too dark while you're going through, which is nice. So we'll just poke through for a bit, you know, and if you go for too long without seeing anything, then you poke out your head again. Or like this. So this is a massive lake of fire. You can tell by the way it is. So this is a great time to use our cobblestone to protect ourselves from the ledge, and to remember that because of very good tools, angling down can be very perilous. Also in the Nether, blocks like to fall like that. But we're probably not underneath... I say we're probably not underneath anything sketchy. There's just this, but... nothing too interesting, so we're just going to pass on through. The reason for this visibility is, you know, we might need it. But we'll try to get over to that other side there, and that'll be like a cool place to build another portal. And we will have gone a little bit of distance. 100 or 200 blocks, which is a big chump for Nether travel. You know, it's not nothing at all. The thing about digging in the Nether like this, though, is that it does feel very safe. Not the fire, not the environment, but the mobs don't ever seem to be around, right? Hey, some gold. We'll be able to see if there are piglin around, because they would get, like, really mad when I touched it. Alright, a little bit too fun there. I didn't handle it right. I needed to get to the source. I just backed up a little bit too far. There we go. Source is cooked there, and we're going to be able to just grab this and carry on cobbling down the way. Which should be clear enough of where we need to be. There was a ghast in the last world. It was just like far away, and we sort of like saw it over the side looking really big. I shot at it once or twice, and then it didn't come back. But I did get to look at it in the spyglass, because it was like it's a balloon or something. Alright, this is just barely 200 away, but we're going to go until we have slightly less cobblestone space in the inventory. So I wanted to make landfall on the other side at that biome there, but we actually also might go until my pickaxe breaks, but it won't break. We've got mending. That won't get us too far, but it'll get us a little bit far right here. Because the netherrack, it's so many blocks that it really damages the durability quite quick. And there's no unbreaking on the pickaxe yet. It's just fortune and efficiency 4. But we'll just keep an eye on that. We don't want anything sketch to happen there, of course. Be pretty annoying to have to make a pickaxe again. Alright, that's enough of that. I was like, we should make a portal, but do I want to even use the tools that I have? I was about to fight these guys. Okay, we're not going to fight them. But I was about to. But now we've got a little more space. However, yeah, what we'll do is the other good thing about bringing cobblestone is you can make a stone pickaxe whenever you do what I'm doing here, because it gets through netherrack just fine. This is quartz, not gold. If it's gold, you do not want to hit it in front of piglins. It makes them flip out. Get off of there. They're just literally jumping on my stuff. Look, if they're here whenever I need to catch it on fire. I think that's tall enough. Yep, there you go. We portal out, and we will start out somewhere inside of Alright, we are at 1K, 650. The nether sounds crispy. There's stuff down here. I don't have torches. It's all good. The point is that we've got a nether portal here. And that's good. We're going to pop back in and then just run down in the direction of home, which we will hopefully be able to remember is this way. Alright. Oh, now you want to run? Now you want to run? Oh, it's a little late now. Oh, no, it's a little late now, man. Get back here. I want to punch you with my sword. Alright. There's enough of that. Yeah, I have some luck with them just pushing me into caves. And, you know, next time we can go a different direction. The cobblestone won't get confusing like Hansel and Gretel. Actually, maybe we won't go that way. Because, you know, once we get a little bit out, it's not like we're going to see more of the previous cobblestone, but a nice little nether adventure, you know. We went in until the pickaxe needed a little bit of love. And that's a good time to call it, you know. The helmet's still in fine shape. We're going to put the helmet here, since we know that this is going to be like our principal nether portal entry. We'll be able to get that right there. And we'll keep the obsidian and the flint and steel and the fire resist potion there as well. Basically just all the stuff that we definitely need for the nether, and we definitely don't need for other places. But do we go home now, or investigate stuff somewhat? Hard to say. So what I want to do is find a jungle around here. That would be the perfect thing. I know there's one somewhere, but we'll see if there's one this way. There's at the very least an archaeology site peeking out of the water over here, so that'll be what I do tomorrow morning, probably. Make a brush and see if we can find Doug again. Good old Doug. Have we got a desert here? No, it's a savanna with a massive mountain in the middle of it. Very cool. It's probably got a deep dark in the middle, like everywhere else in this dumb place. Well, none of these biomes are jungles, and that's what I need, so we're just going to skirt the edge here. If we find a shipwreck, we'll go into it, but what I'm trying to do is find a bird. We've got a nice acacia village here, but I don't think there's anything in it I want. But we could meet Bella there, so, you know, we might as well look at it, and maybe we'll see a jungle from that angle. Floating islands? Nope, just the tops of trees on a massive savanna mountain there with a big internal space as well. Just beautiful. I mean, a savanna isn't the most striking biome, you know, just because it's so washed out in color, but it's still a joy to find a pretty one. Weapons this house with no swag. I think that's Bella. Oh, they got a yellow cat here. But fortunately, I don't need to worry too much about being slow anymore. For I'm swift under the water. Oh god, you guys know what that means. I need a trident. Oh no. Why am I going around like I don't know how to map hack? Let's just map hack real quick. There are no fish in this ocean. Oh, it's a pufferfish. I'm going to be killed by a school of pufferfish. This would be really good for monuments. Oh, it's all tropical fish. I can't get any salmon and cats don't eat it. Well, I don't even know if it was Bella. It just looked like her. It's hard to say. Well, even with the map pack, I'm no closer to being able to figure out what's going on there. So, I'm abandoning it. Because I don't have too much longer to play. And while I would love to get Luca home and play a record for us, you know, maybe it won't work. We shall see. I can just go, you know, 1,000 blocks overland. Really pretty river going on there in the plains, but of course, in this world, you know, if I had just gone straight, I mean, I'll probably play with hitboxes on sometimes, but not all the time. Be like my third-person mode, you know? It's really nice sometimes. I can see, like, how it would be better than good in a lot of situations. All the darkness, you know, because, well, if you know how many enemies are out there, it's a whole different thing when you don't know, oh, maybe they're up on the wall, but when you map hack it, you're good. And then, you know, like I mentioned already, the utility. In like underwater monuments, but there's a lot of different ways that could be useful, not just that specific one. Did I throw all my steak on the ground? Like, I must have done, right? Because I don't have any of it on me. And I brought a full stack. Why don't I just eat some raw pork? Does that make you sick in this game? Probably not. I think I talked about that at great length in a previous video. Maybe it does sometimes. Well, I don't have any food. So I guess we go home in failure. Or I can just do this, which takes energy for food that I don't have. But I'll be able to return home bearing pumpkins. But yeah, I guess this will be the night. No, I don't have enough food to fight. I gotta go home. I gotta quit playing around. I would love a trident. but there's no point in being food limited in hardcore. It's just a stress that you deserve for carelessness, but that will not do any good for you. Not you. You don't deserve any of the bad things that I'm going to do to you. Did I put the stake into the nether portal? Well, if we hear a drowned throw a trident at us, then we'll know. What? That chicken is far from home. You know, if I hadn't already met Garuda, I would think that that was him. He just pops up out of the middle of the ocean. But I checked to make sure that he wasn't named Garuda, so we're okay. You know, that's true. If I just tried for my trident a little longer, I would get it. No doubt in my mind. Maybe I put the stakes in here by accident. The pickaxe is still floating there. Nope, all I put in here was the stuff that I meant to put in here. So here we are, on the night of day 60. We went into the nether, like 200 and some odd days before we did in the last hardcore world. We got mending books, we got such good tools and gear again, we're basically back to where we were. You know, not entirely, we don't have our pets, we don't have our house, we don't have the vault. We don't have our hundreds of diamonds that we have no use for. But we have enough diamonds for our stuff, right? We've got between very good and genuinely fantastic enchants going on. We've already got looting 3, so as soon as we hit a drown with a trident, 99% of the time, they drop the first time. I don't think I'm going to have to kill 480 drowned again, is what I'm saying. Alright, so this is not going to give me the looting from the sword, but when I pick up the experience orbs, we'll still get them, and that'll be good. I will fix my pickaxe with combat. Power 5 is so good. 2 shots great. 1 shot on a spider, I mean, utterly fantastic. It's just 2 is so monumentally more efficient than 3. And you can even do like a real weak shot depending on what mob it is after the first shot, so that's nice. Oh, he's bringing me an arrow. That's very polite of him. Now I have an arrow. Alright, I thought that there were enemies there, but they apparently have winked out of existence. Very interesting stuff. I didn't know they even had that power. But they clearly do. We're just going to eat some carrots in front of pigs real quick, and then get to feeding them. Because really, I don't want my pickaxe to be in the shape that it was in when I go to bed, because it's feasible that I wouldn't remember and I'd just crack it on something. But if it's got a little bit more in it, then I'll probably be able to recall. Oh yeah, this is what the game really feels like to me. Pickaxe in the offhand so you get experience, tanking shots right to the face from a bow and arrow. This is what the game is meant to be. Total carelessness. Sure, you're playing on hardcore, and if you die forever, but it's never gonna happen. Just pedal to the metal, punch him in the face with a sword. Gotta love it. That's what it's all about right there. But now the pickaxe has slightly more, and I feel slightly better about it. So we're just going to go do this slightest, tiniest bit of inventory management, not much at all. Really just throwing in the things into this that I know definitely go into this. And I'll need a bit of wood for the next part. All different walks of life here, laying in bed, but not the butcher though. We'll give Garuda his ritual seeds of the night. And although it's getting crowded in our house, it's time for an important moment. Even though Luke is not here to dance along. So it's been a great day since the dawn of this world, you know. Really have enjoyed it so much. And happy to get everything situated again. It's such a thrill to play the early part of Minecraft. I love it. I love playing like the very start of games that I'm obsessed with. Like, to me, the first 30 minutes of Pokemon Red is so much fun. And like the first 2 hours of Final Fantasy VI, I love the whole game, but just the first chapter of Final Fantasy Tactics, the first 15 levels of Skyrim, the iron to diamond phase of Minecraft where you're leveling up your village and you feel like there's not enough time to get it all together, but you just feel so fulfilled with everything that's happening, or I do anyway. And while the later you play in a world, you can still get those feelings of fulfillment. It's not like non-stop hits of satisfaction and goal setting and completion like this is. So before long, we'll have the family back together. We'll start building on a house. Maybe tomorrow, maybe not. But, you know, we've got to start making this place into home. Now that we're big and strong and have all of our enchantments almost entirely sorted, it's time to start believing we're never going to die again. Maybe I'll go back to the End Dragon and die of a dumb different reason. But, I was reading Edna Intima today, as I often have been doing lately, and I know I've read several of her poems to you, but we're going to do this one too. But when I find music. All right, so I'm just gonna chat while I find something more appropriate. This one should probably work, right? Yeah, this one will be fine. So, and I was reminded of it in light of my death and all that sort of thing. So this is called Song, by Edna St. Malay, and I hope you'll like it. It's not too long, but it goes like this. Gone, gone again is Summer the lovely. She that knew not where to hide is gone again like a jeweled fish from the hand, is lost on every side. Mute, mute, I make my way to the garden, thither where she last was seen. The heavy foot of the frost is on the flags there, where her light step has been. Gone, gone again is Summer the lovely, gone again on every side. Lost again like a shining fish from the hand into the shadowy tide. And Malay's just a really great poet, right? And a lot of people don't want to give her credit because a lot of her work it's not creative enough, right? It's too normal. It's too in the European tradition. It's too modernist, you know. They wanted something else from her, but that's why I like her, because Malay believed in beauty in the old way, and the sadness of the changing of seasons, and the despair of not knowing what the future's going to hold, of saying, I have lost something and now I don't know how I feel about anything else. Gone, gone is Summer the lovely. And she even did what a good poet does whenever they can't think of what to call a poem, and called it Song. So good stuff there. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. I've really had just a great time. I think I streamed for like 10 or 11 hours again today. But you know, it's about time for bed for me. And well, that's all I've got for you.